I mean, we kicked the shit out of the wolf.
Well, that's just one thing.
I mean, that was 90% of the session.
I was a...
No. Correction.
It was
a
like...
mutual shit kicking. We just happened to be the ones still alive. I literally had 14 points of health left.
A 12-hour session, and the wolf fight only took up like 4 of those hours. I just want to point out.
I mean, true, but that was the most memorable portion of the session.
This is true, but also I'm hoping you guys took notes, because today's session is going to be a little different. It's going to be very dependent on you guys exploring, talking, and putting 2 and 2 together.
I mean, I do remember most of what we found out.
Okay, so I'll have you save that for a minute, because I'm going to have you guys go over those things in character. So is there anything of note we need to bring up before we get into it?
Good question.
Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody need any sort of a recap of the prominent stuff? I'm not going to give you note recap yet, but...
I had to go during the boss fight, so did anything interesting happen after that?
A lot of shit went down during the boss fight. You missed out on a really cool boss fight, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, no, I saw that in the art, and I'm just like, oh, come on, what is this?
So, did you miss...
Shit? Damn it!
He missed everything. He wasn't... I don't even think you were here when you guys got to the village, were you? Like, did you get to the academy at all?
I'm pretty sure he got to the academy. I'm trying to remember if he was here for phase 1.
What part?
I was, yeah. I literally left, like, after, like, my 3rd or 4th turn.
In phase 1?
Yeah, in phase 1.
Okay, so yeah, he missed phase 2.
Yeah, no, I just
here,
saw the art.
You want to see the art of...
Yes.
I am trying. I'm not doing very well, but the guys can attest to... Oh, if my iPad will turn on. Are you dead? Please don't be dead.
Isn't that...
I can't believe it's dead.
Do you still have the picture I sent you of what I was working on? God damn it.
That depends.
Anyway, you guys can continue describing what happened if you would like. I'll try and send the art I'm working on in a second.
So basically...
Oh, go ahead. I was going to tell the end, but if you want to do it from the beginning, go ahead.
Yeah, so, fucking Driftwood activated, like, 8 different fucking...
Oh, yeah.
Driftwood's fucking crazy, okay.
Busted.
Strong.
To put it into perspective, though, I literally had Driftwood's player tell me he doesn't want to play Driftwood anymore because he's too broken.
Oh my god!
Which, to be fair, he's a temp character, so no worries there. That was the plan. But yeah, he's like, yeah, this is a good point to cut it.
So I'm pretty sure that there were actually, like, 3 separate damage buffs active that stacked.
Yep.
Specifically, there was one that buffed all damage by 2. I'm trying to remember. It was all damage by 6, and then there was another one active that boosted.
It was 6 times. 6 times.
6 times. Boosted all damage by 6 times.
Yep.
And then there was another one active that boosted water damage by 2 times. And I'm pretty sure there was another one active that boosted, I want to say, either fire or another damage type.
I had my personal rage active.
Yeah.
That fucking went off.
It
was nuts. Let me pull up my notes. I kept my damage numbers.
Oh, I put that in the wrong fucking channel, that's why.
But, oh god, my brain's not working. Oh yeah, so there was basically everybody was doing. I'm pretty sure Pridwin in his first turn did like 300 damage with his bubble howl. And then he did, I think, 2,000 damage with like a nearly max damage lightning strike.
Yeah, y'all were nuts.
God damn.
Y'all were nuts.
Solon was doing pretty much roughly around that range of
1,000.
damage every single
I killed him.
Putting
The
out
last
quadruple
attack-
digits.
The last
Yeah.
attack, I killed him, and the last attack number that I did to him was 1,074.
Yeah. So everybody was hitting for like ridiculously large amounts of damage, but so was the wolf, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a universal buff. He got the buff
Yeah.
too.
Honestly, I'm really glad that I got Romeo as the Coral Construct, because being able to force him to beat Romeo to death saved our asses. We had a ton of like stuff that helped us mitigate damage, but he was able to he almost one-shot Pridwin,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure Pridwin has the highest HP pool.
Yeah, he does.
Which is kind of horrible.
Ad took the damage too. A few times.
Yeah.
There was a few times where we had. Who has the other summons?
I'm trying to
Apollyon
remember.
has summons, but I don't think he used them very much.
Yeah,
'Cause I
Apollyon
thought we
has
had
some.
one summon that took 2 attacks that saved lives.
I think that was
Yeah.
Prid's constructs.
That was so
Was
yeah,
it?
because I summoned Romeo during phase 1, and then I summoned his sister during phase 2, who
It was
was
his
able
sister.
to literally just eat
Yeah.
damage.
Yep, that's what happened.
I think you're thinking of
and-
Lavinia.
Yeah, Lavinia. She was able to absorb any damage that's taken near her.
Yeah.
She died in like 2 turns, but she also took
Over
near
like 2,000
one-shot-
damage.
Yeah.
near,
Easily.
near one-shot damage.
Yeah,
His
it kept
construct
people
saved
alive.
y'all's asses, to be fair.
And then the plot twist that turned everything up on on its head was the sword that he was using.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Ashwindir.
Yeah, so the
Is
sword was
Solon's ancestor.
Yeah, like Solon's very great
Some
uncle
distant
or
branch,
something like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Damn, he just turned your great uncle into a sword?
No, he was his weapon. They worked together.
Oh.
And he killed his weapon. And
Oh,
then started
no.
using it as a mundane weapon.
And the whole reason that he came after the Orlovs initially was because they quote unquote reminded him of Ashwindir.
Oh shit.
Yeah. He was trying to protect us from something that we have yet to know. Like what that was.
Oh yeah, and we also found I'm trying to remember her name, the Auk girl.
You didn't find the Auk girl.
Or not-
You found
not the Auk
Apollyon
girl,
Shadow,
Oh yeah, Apollyon Shadow. So
who was
she-
missing her eyes.
Yeah, she got kidnapped by the wolf and had her eyes fucking stolen. Apollyon was actually able to steal them back.
Which was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hadn't planned
Uh-huh.
for that, but I allowed that shit because it was funny.
Because that was another thing that was revealed, is that Apollyon has an ability now that lets him imitate any ability which he's seen.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Important
wolf
plot
tried
notes,
to
kids.
steal somebody's eyes. And so Apollyon was able to cast the eye steal ability. And so he took his shadow's eyes back, and Pridwin reattached them after the fight.
That was a chance roll, by the way. I was rolling. There were like a couple of different options of whose eyes he was gonna get back, and one of the options was actually it would have been interesting. Let me put it that way.
And then there's a scuffle in the party. as
Yeah.
to
I thought we
keeping
were
it-
gonna end up to blows. Like I legit
did
thought
too.
it was gonna turn into
Oh,
another
God.
fight.
I was fully prepared for a fight. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh Jesus.
So-
It was literally that moment where like everybody was standing, like that anime moment where everybody's facing off against each other, because Apollyon wanted to keep him alive, and everybody else wanted to kill him, and everybody else was about to throw down with Apollyon.
Yeah,
And in the condition everyone was in, I don't know what the end result of that fight would have been. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Yeah, so
Everyone is
Apollyon was
dead.
Apollyon wanted to, because I don't know if this was revealed to you, but I know it was revealed to the group that the wolf was actually one of Apollyon's shadows from back when he used to be a demon lord.
Yeah, and you will actually get more information on that as you guys progress today.
And Apollyon wanted to believe that there would be some way to kind of like return him back to what he used to be. Which led to the conflict with the party. Which I genuinely thought someone was gonna die.
Yep. I was like, y'all made it through this boss fight all the way through with everybody alive just to die to each other.
Yeah, imagine we TPK ourselves.
It's been done before.
It can happen.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
It's happened.
Yeah, we've had to kill players before.
Yeah.
I think we only
You
had to
weren't
kill
here
one.
for that. Actually, so Xavier was not Lewis's first character. His first character was actually named Lewis, spelled differently from his actual. And so he made some choices throughout his playtime of the game that resulted in him losing himself to the Black Blood.
Oh shit.
And the party had to kill him after watching him take down 2 of their favorite NPCs.
No, not the NPC.
Which is partly why the fucking herb is now missing.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. And
Yeah.
also, like, reiterated my point that if you go into Black Blood, I will take your character. I'll take him.
Okay,
And you
don't
will
touch
have to
Black
deal with
Blood.
it.
But
Don't touch the black stuff.
then,
Gotcha.
since Solon was the one who killed Yura, Apollyon offered him the shadow position.
Nice.
Which I don't think anybody else in-game knows about yet, so that don't metagame that, but...
I thought that was a full conversation in the room.
I'm not sure.
Hang on, what was the conversation?
Apollyon offered Solon Yura's position as a shadow.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
that was in when we all made it in.
That was in the room.
I couldn't remember if
the
it
restroom.
was... if everybody had heard that or not.
I think everyone was doing their own thing, but it was in the same room.
Got it.
vicinity,
Yeah,
so-
and Apollyon did openly say it because everybody reacted to it.
yeah.
That's fine then. I just wanted to make sure that that was knowledge
Which-
that all of
yeah.
you would have.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Anything else that you
No.
guys want to cover? There's a
Did
lot of
find
stuff
out
that
that-
you learned in the academy and leading up to the academy and the town surrounding that is going to be important to you guys, but you can cover that in a minute.
We just find out that Anastasia's alive with
Mhm.
some person named Chi. She is supposedly stronger than Yuri. That'll
Oh
be fun.
yeah. So we
Oh,
know that
hi.
she is the bug witch.
Yeah.
The one
The
who's
big bad?
responsible for the big bad, the one who's responsible.
Do
for
we know
everything
it's the
going
one
on
in the
drug
same
debt.
though? I
The
don't- I
one
don't
I've
think
been
he
leading up to
mentioned.
the entire
I mean-
Russia arc.
Technically speaking, I don't think there was ever an outright statement because
Yeah.
we still haven't.
We
met
can
the big
assume,
bad.
probably, but
it's
it
like-
wasn't directly connected.
Yeah, like Pridwin's absolutely certain because we know for one that this individual was a witch and that she had a strong connection to insects,
Mhm.
and that the main method of infection is insects. So it's not a stretch at all, in my opinion, to draw that connection. Oh yeah, we also discovered, and I guess we could probably talk about this in game, but we discovered a bunch of information about the actual nature of the disease.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Oh.
We'll get to that in a minute. Is there anything else you guys want to catch Brian up on, though?
The
As far
current
as, like,
theory-
player information.
Solon has a theory in his head that he's immune to these diseases.
You can discuss that in a minute with all the other stuff.
Yes.
I'm just making sure there's nothing else Ryan the player needs before we get into actual character knowledge?
No.
In terms of like actual events that happened to Brian directly, I don't think there was anything too major.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure that we were able to kind of like put Brian off by having him like stay with the.
He stayed back.
He stayed
with
back
the
with
wounded.
Liam and Minerva with the wounded,
Mhm.
so that they could recuperate.
You
so
were very
wouldn't
heroic, Brian.
Oh, yeah. At least I was useful.
We went through most of our potions. I'm pretty sure you still have yours.
Fuck yeah.
Solon's clothes is fucking tattered and she's scarred the fuck up.
Yeah, Pridwin's.
Yeah, someone got fucked up.
Pridwin's armor's probably red now. Like his cloth and armor.
Yeah,
is
you guys
probably
have
just
some
completely red.
recouping and cleaning to do.
But yeah, I think that catches us up.
Okay, so if that is all you guys need to cover player-wise, then we're going to go ahead and get started. So get your dice, get yourself a drink.
Yippee!
I will give you 2 minutes to do so if you have not already. Can you hand me my water?
Yeah. Here. There it is. Hang on. This is the process.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Thank you. Okay. Is everybody good to go?
Yeah.
See.
Okay.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Sorry, I have to light something on fire. Hold on.
Don't burn the house down.
That's fine. So, we are going to begin by complaining about the sun. What the fuck? Why is it so bright down here? We are going to begin by having all of you roll a d20
Oh boy.
to see who wakes up first.
14?
9.
7.
Okay. Third one.
Welcome to the family, son.
It is surprising that you were the first one to wake up, considering that you have been busy doing surgery most of the night. It took you hours, to the point that everybody who was assisting you, Lunala, Apollyon, even Amani, they have all passed out. You were the last one standing, but it appears that Mara's eyes, by some miracle, are functioning. And with this, you promptly fell into a chair nearby and passed out.
He's probably not even had any solid sleep. It's likely literally been that he's just been passing out for several minutes between between breaks.
Yeah. So, you're the first one to wake. And you look around and you find yourself in an odd setting. You are in a lavish living room space. There are furniture pieces, couches, chairs, from all different eras and regions. The chair you're sitting in looks to be American made, a very big armchair, very comfortable. It was easy for you to sink into. The bed, or the love seat that you were operating on Mara on, appears to be from the early 1200s. The chair that Katya is currently sleeping on appears to be from Japan. Brian is leaned up against a couch that appears to be African in make, or Egyptian, you're not entirely sure. Amani's curled up against the arm of it. And there are a lot of art pieces and different decorative things around this room that are from different time periods and regions as well. So if you're wanting to loot some pretty stuff, you might be able to find some cool stuff in here. You look around the room, and you see that Mara is fast asleep. Everybody is sleeping rather heavily. And there's still, even knowing what you know, even knowing that you have taken out this beast whose body is just laying somewhere beyond the confines of this home, there's still this uneasy presence, almost, as though this house is a place you shouldn't be in.
He's probably going to take his time. He's not really going to be looting per se, but he'll be looking around for essential supplies, but he's definitely ignoring valuables.
Go ahead and roll me d20.
Another 14.
So just with that, you get the basic makeup of this home. You are in a very large living area that connects onto a kitchen, which is where you've done most of your supply hunting. You haven't looked in the other rooms, but there's a large bedroom above you. And then, let's see, there's an office library sort of thing, wall-to-wall bookshelves, a very large desk, very cluttered. You think you can probably get a lot of information in there. And then, of course, there's the trophy room outside that you haven't had a whole lot of time to go to, besides seeing Taros's corpse. And then, of course, the arena where you guys had the final battle, and that large, cavernous area of the entrance leading in. But that seems to be the makeup of the home. Who had the next highest roll? Was it
Brian did.
Brian? Okay. Brian, it's Pridwin's shuffling in the kitchen that wakes you.
Brian's just gonna slowly look around to get a general sense of his surroundings, like where he is, where everyone else is, and if anyone else is awake.
You hear a lot of snoring and heavy breathing from around you, and you get the sense that there's a lot of people sleeping nearby. And of course, the clinking of Pridwin's armor and the shuffling of cabinet doors.
He's gonna slowly get up as not to disturb anyone and make his way over to the kitchen.
You'll probably see Pridwin trying to, like, scrub blood off of his armor. He probably has his helmet, like, sitting in the sink, and he's just scrubbing it. And he says, are you sneaking up on him, or are you just kind of walking in?
He's just nonchalantly walking.
Pridwin will...
Like, he's not sneaking, he's just like, what's up?
Pridwin will say, just still paying attention to his, to what he's doing, he'll say, you know, they say that how a person keeps their home gives you an insight into their mental state.
This person seems to be very... Brian looks around the room. Is it like an organized kitchen? Or...
The kitchen is spotless. And at first you get the sense that this person keeps a meticulously clean kitchen, but as you kind of look and realize, it appears the kitchen hasn't been used much at all in at least a couple decades. Maybe longer.
This person seems interesting, to say the least.
Considering the thick layer of dust on everything, I'm assuming that the wolf hasn't really used his home.
I wouldn't say that. The kitchen is untouched. Everything else appears very lived in.
Oh.
The living room is not dusty. It's cleaned. The furniture appears used. Same with the bedroom, and the office clearly has been used because it's very cluttered, as if someone was in the middle of something.
Then let me correct myself. He'll say, you'd think someone in the throes of madness would be less interested in keeping their home organized.
Yeah, you'd definitely think it'd be more mess. Brian's gonna see Pridwin cleaning his armor and ask if he wants some help. He's nothing better to do right now, so.
Probably best if I do this, but I appreciate the offer.
Yeah, no problem. Just let me know if you need anything, any help or anything. Brian's gonna go. Like, is there a cabinet where there might be food? So I imagine after that fight, he's fucking hungry. There's none.
Ask that again. Sorry.
I was just wondering if there was like. I don't think they'd have fridges. So anything where there looks like there might be food that's edible.
There'd probably be like a cellar door if refrigeration hasn't. If this place seems to have been built before the existence of refrigeration.
So, surprisingly, the kitchen in here appears somewhat modern, but there is nothing. You're not finding any type of foodstuffs in the cabinets, not even like really, really old ones or preserves or anything. There's no food here. You get the sense that Yuri liked his meals fresh.
Oh.
And kind of whole.
Brian's gonna head back to the living room to see if anyone else has woken up or anything.
Solon, you open your eyes and Brian is standing over you.
What are you doing?
Making sure you're alive.
Do you have to be that close?
Maybe.
Probably.
I mean, I would have to feel for a pulse to know you're alive, right? But I guess I also could have, just. Yes. The answer is yes. Very
Brian,
simply,
you
yes.
you look down at Solon's chest and you can still see the gouges that cross from the wolf's claws down. You actually didn't see this wound before, because you joined the party after the fight. But it appears Solon took quite a bit of damage.
Does Brian still have his healing potion?
I believe you do.
Sure
You didn't take it.
Yeah, you'd still have the two that were given to you.
Brian's gonna reach at like his belt where he would keep his healing potion and offer it to Solon. You want this? That don't look so good.
I'll be fine.
Okay, suit yourself. He puts his healing potion.
I've had worse, kind of gesturing to the missing
The
arm.
Fair enough.
As you guys are talking, there's kind of a shifting from somewhere nearby. You hear a soft voice. Is someone scrubbing potatoes?
Unfortunately, no.
There's no potatoes? Katya sits
Definitely
up.
no potatoes.
Aww. Katya looks extremely disappointed.
Yeah, I want food too.
Is someone taking a bath then? Katya tries to get up and immediately winces.
Brian's gonna go over to her and just basically make sure she's okay from that, because he wasn't really paying attention. He's kind of just doing his job.
You hear her wince and you walk over there to kind of check on her, and you see that her leg has a makeshift brace on it. Katya is holding her thigh tight in her hands. Most of the binding appears to be down near her shin. She also looks like she has taken a beating. Come to think of it, as you look around the room, most of the people in here are a little worse for wear.
Oh shit, if only I was better at healing. Brian's gonna look at that split and just think to himself, don't think a healing potion is gonna do much for that.
It's okay. I heal fast. She gives you a sad thumbs up.
Yeah, no, the water you hear running is just Pridwin cleaning his armor right now.
Oh. She sounds disappointed again.
Sorry.
Solon, Brian, you guys also start getting a look at the room you're in. A very interesting living room that seems lost in time. Herb would have loved this room, but he's not here.
He is somewhere else
He is somewhere else entirely.
with his little pixie companion.
Oh, Sai. We miss Sai.
She will make a return, I'm sure.
She will.
Another tracker.
The coffee-loving cookie.
But yeah.
Speaking of coffee, the wolf might not have any food, but he has to have something to like drink, doesn't he? Or does he also go out to get that shit?
I mean, you want to look around for that?
Sure.
Roll a d20.
Give me a second. My cat is deciding now to attack me. 13.
You start rummaging around the kitchen, and Pridwin's already searched the cabinets. They're all pretty bare, but Pridwin did mention a cellar.
Brian's gonna go down and check the cellar.
You find a set of doors that look like they lead downward. You open them, and you traipse down the stairs to find yourself in a wine cellar.
Ooh.
And while there's no food anywhere, there's a whole lot of wine in this cellar.
Brian is going to like. Are there also cups down here, or is it just?
It's just bottles.
Cask. Okay, it's just
What do you
bottles.
think? He's just got a
Bottles
stock
and
of red
casks
Solo cups?
You never know.
This place that doesn't even have real doctors is gonna stock red Solo cups. It's fine. Less of a supply.
You never know.
It's
He might
fine.
have a fucking. He might have like a fucking bunch of goblets to make his self-importance ass feel nice.
God
I
bless.
don't know.
He's probably got dishes.
Yeah. Ow! Stop it.
He does. Yes, there are dishes in the cabinets. And also, Brian, roll me one more d20. Let's see how lucky you are. Roll for luck.
I am the opposite of lucky. I rolled a nat 1.
Ah, never mind then. You don't find anything else.
Oh shit.
You are not lucky.
So Brian's gonna grab like 2 or 3 bottles of wine and just bring it up and be like, "Guess what I found?"
Pridwin, you see Brian come up the stairs with an armful of bottles.
What is all of that?
Alcohol.
Ah,
Ah.
if you want to take some with you, then that's entirely up to you, but I think that we should probably refrain from imbibing until we're in a better position.
Probably. But if some people get drunk enough, they might stop feeling like they're fucking basically dying. Also, there's no immediate threat. What's to say we can't stay here for like another day or so? I understand we have to solve this whole curse thing, but
Unfortunately, that is the problem. Even though we're not in imminent danger currently, we do have a ticking clock.
ticking clock to what?
This disease that we're dealing with, every single day it spreads. The longer we take to do anything, really, the worse it's going to be. And while I may have a theory in regards to preventing further infection, we still don't know if there's any way to reverse it.
So what's your theory on preventing it?
Well, we know how we know what it is now, at least to some degree. It's fungal, at least in part, which means that if we could produce something that specifically protects against it, we may be able to, if not immunize ourselves, we may be able to provide some sort of resistance.
Solon, would you like to join the conversation or look around?
I'm gonna do both.
Okay.
Like, is gonna kind of go to the shelves and kind of like take stuff off and examine it.
In the living room?
Wherever they are.
So they're in the kitchen.
Okay, I'll move to the kitchen then.
Yeah, so Bride's just standing there with a bunch of bottles in his arms, and Pridwin is very thoroughly cleaning his helmet.
I'm gonna walk over to Brian, take one, like just snatch one of the bottles and just pull the cork out.
The second you smell it, this is aged wine. Like, and not just like a couple dozen. Like, this is like centuries old wine.
This is gonna hit. He's gonna go over to just one of the shelves and like just start looking at the stuff and drinking.
Brian's gonna also uncork a bottle, look at Solon, raise his wine bottle, and say, "Cheers." Start drinking.
As I described, the kitchen shelves are all pretty sparse. There's utensils and some plates and cups in there, but everything else, like I said, there's no food in here.
Okay. Well, he's gonna. I'm gonna just join the conversation.
Here, I will put this in here too, just so you know what rooms you have available to you.
Map.
I didn't draw a map. I'm just giving you the names of the rooms. Sorry.
You good?
Oh, I did not mean to tab. Whoops. Okay, those are your basic rooms.
After Brian finishes drinking a little bit, he's gonna cork the thing and go investigate the office/library.
Okay. You head upstairs, walking into a brief hallway. The bedroom and the office are up here, one's on one side and one's on the other. And you find the door ajar, sort of. There is a note hanging off of it.
What does the note say? Or can I even understand what it says?
It is in Russian.
Russian. Ah! Which one of our party members is it that knows Russian? Is it Solon or is it Pidge? I don't remember who it is.
Solon is Russian.
Oh. Well.
Probably could have told when he started chugging alcohol like it was nothing.
Yeah, sorry. That should have been my first hint. He's gonna go find Solon, whom I'm assuming is still in the kitchen, and be like, what's this say? Hand him a note.
Solon, there's going to be a lot of notes in this, so if you just want to say you're helping them, but I will give you this one.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm helping.
This is the note you get.
Roughly translates to, "Dad, clean the place up again for you. Are you even eating? You're starting to worry me." I'm gonna hand the note back to Brian.
Thanks. He's gonna head back to the office.
So
open the door and walk in.
You walk in, and it's wall-to-wall shelves. There are books everywhere. And there's a very large desk kind of catty corner to the door, which is covered on top with papers, journals. There's also a bunch strewn about the floor. You could start anywhere you wanted to, pretty much. There's a lot going on in here. You get the feeling, though, that you're going to need Solon to help you read any of this.
Okay, since Brian's very obviously not the most proficient at reading Russian, he's going to leave the office and head toward the trophy room.
So the trophy room is outside. You going back downstairs and going outside?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you go back downstairs. Pridwin and Solon, you guys are like in the kitchen, and you just see Brian like go upstairs, turn around, come straight back down the stairs, and walk outside.
Did you see something in there?
Oh, no, I just went to the office and I can't read Russian. There's a lot of Russian in there, so I'm just gonna go investigate the trophy room.
Ah,
Yeah, I need to learn Russian.
You walk out into the trophy room, quote unquote, and you are immediately hit with the smell of decay. It is strong enough, it feels like you got hit in the face by a 2x4. There are piles of bodies. People in armor, people in work clothes, people in lavish clothing. Some of them animal people, like the houses that you saw at the banquet. Others just regular humans. Kind of near the center, you see a headless corpse wearing very intricate looking armor that is kind of almost in a crucifix position.
don't forget, it's also been toppled over and stomped down on.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. It was in a crucifix position. It is now on the ground and has been beaten to shit.
Oh god, this isn't much of a trophy room. This is just a war crime. What the fuck is this?
Trophies are in the eye of the beholder, Amani says from behind you, also holding her nose.
This is the one time I'm gonna disagree. Brian's gonna quickly look around for anything that might be interesting or useful in some sort of way.
Well, there's a lot of pieces of armor on different bodies, all different kinds of makes, if you're looking for something in particular. There also appear to be some weapons in here, but they're not like demon weapons. They're just, you know, your average unalive weapons.
I don't think it would help if Brian had any armor, would it? Actually, it might. Brian's gonna look for any intact, not horribly stomped on pieces of armor.
Roll a d20.
Okay.
And do not roll a 1, please.
Didn't roll a 1, I rolled a 3.
Oh my god. Hold on. Okay.
I'm
So you
not
start
rolling good.
rummaging through a corpse pile. Trying to see if there's anything, you know, salvageable in there. Pridwin, Solon, you guys are in the kitchen, and you hear a rumbling,
Oh dear.
and then a really loud thud.
Oh no, is that Brian getting squished by corpses?
Pridwin's going to just set his helmet in the sink, turn it off, and then head over towards where he heard the sound.
You walk out the door and into the trophy area. You are also smacked in the face by the horrendous smell coming from here. And you see a pair of legs sticking out from underneath a pile of corpses.
Oh dear, what were you doing? He's gonna try and pull him out.
Make a strength check.
Let's see.
Oh no, dude.
Don't worry, Pridwin has a ridiculously high strength. That's gonna come out to a 30.
Damn!
It is enough. You manage to drag him out from under the pile without too much dismemberment of the corpses in it. He is now caked head to toe in, decaying blood. And rotting flesh.
Ugh.
When stand back, I might throw up.
You
Brian's
really...
just gonna vomit anything he has out. Bro's just gonna go.
He's just gonna, like, stare down at you as you're throwing up, and he's going to say, "You really shouldn't be desecrating corpses."
I've learned that lesson now.
Pridwin taking like one singular step back to avoid splash damage.
Yeah, he just takes it. He literally just sidesteps once so that he's not in the splash radius.
Oh my god, they really ought to hang a sign that says, "Horrendous smell inside, do not open."
It. I feel like you would have noticed before you started crawling around on the bodies.
Also, Brian, since you're completely enveloped in the smell, you realize the smell coming from Pridwin's armor is the same. It's also the same color that he was trying to wash off of his helmet.
Oh, son of a... someone told me there's like a shower or something in there that I can just drown myself in or something.
Considering the wolf doesn't seem to be one to deny himself comforts, I'm sure there's something.
Okay, great. Brian's gonna make his way back to the building.
Roll a memory check, Brian.
Okay. That's a 20.
Okay, you immediately remember there is like a small lake in the cavern that you are in, just next to like the arena area where you saw everybody right after they were done fighting.
Can Brian like roll a check to see if he's over at the lake already, to see if there's anything like a piranha or angry fish or something? Like
you would have to be
evil
at
goose.
the lake to know that.
I'm not at the lake. Gotcha. Brian's gonna start making his way towards the lake.
Okay. You start walking towards the lake. Pridwin, Solon, what are you guys doing?
Pridwin will look to Solon and say, "Do you want to go into that room and see what all the Russian writing was about?"
Might as well. Any information about this person we can find out is probably for the best.
I'll come with you, Lunala says, and she comes up the stairs. I will also add, Liam and Minerva are currently looking through the living area right now. They're awake if you guys need them for anything or want to chit-chat with them. Apollyon is not around. You get the sense he hasn't gone very far, but he's not in the immediate room with you guys. So Solon, you're going upstairs. Are you going to the bedroom or are you going to the office?
I think we're going to the office, right?
Prid, were you going with them?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Pridwin's going to be going with them.
Okay, so you guys go up to the office and you also find the door kind of ajar. Brian pushed it open a little bit. Like I said, it's wall-to-wall shelves. It's very cluttered. There's a huge desk that has very much use. It's covered in stuff. And this is going to depend a lot on some rolls that you guys make and what specifically you're looking for.
Pridwin's probably just gonna kind of like do a sweep, since he can't read. Can't read the Russian. He's probably just going to
Would you like to make a perception check for me first?
Yeah, I was gonna say he was gonna do a quick sweep to see if there was anything that caught his eye. 18?
Not everything in here is in Russian. Some of it's in Russian. Some of it's in English. Some of it appears to be in some odd writing, and thinking back, I won't make you roll a check for it because you've seen it enough times. Apollyon has written in this language.
There's some English, and then there's some demonic writing.
That would make sense. He is from hell. At least
Is there a...
initially.
is there a lot of demonic writing, or is there just like a small?
It seems that a lot of his like note-taking is a mix between Russian and demonic. Like he forgets that he's in one, so he goes back and forth, if that makes sense.
He's going to probably try and take some of the demonic notes
Okay. Let's see here.
and just collect them. Since Apollyon is not here to translate.
I will add, if you would like to ask Apollyon to translate, I will allow him to show up and translate for you.
Okay, then he'll probably go and get Apollyon to help. Since this is like a mix of Russian and demonic, he'll probably go get Apollyon to kind of co-translate for Solon.
So you're going to find Apollyon to bring him back up to translate. Solon, what are you looking for?
I don't know if I'm specifics. I'm looking on where, like, location of Anastasia, like if there's maps or mentions of where his wife could be in the notes.
Okay, roll. You don't have any history bonuses, do you?
Not general history, no. 10.
Interesting. Okay, well, you barely passed that check.
So, a pass is a pass, baby.
Yep, I'm gonna send it to you. I gotta remember what the name of the place is. You see a handwritten note that reads this.
Malfoy. Interesting. I'm gonna fold that up and put that into whatever's left of my jacket.
Okay. I will say, as you're looking for this, you've probably found Apollyon and brought him back. Apollyon does not seem to be all there, but he will translate for you. Or rather, actually, here, let me do this. Apollyon will not translate for you, Mara will. That makes this easier, so I don't have to pretend Apollyon saw all the shit. What did you roll to locate?
Red one rolled an 18.
Okay. So you were about to get a big journal. So this journal appears to be not recently written in, but it is one that has been opened quite a few times, as if somebody has referenced it a lot. Mara translates it for you. I forgot to add that at the beginning. Whoops.
Okay. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I told you.
Okay, so you want me to read this aloud?
You don't have to. It's up to you whether you want to share that information or not, but you have a journal now that has that translated in it.
I feel like it would be more useful if everybody knew.
Go ahead.
So Oryx, in the dark roots of the Darkwood, it is by design a place of darkness and despair, where her hunters and soldiers are created and trained. Those deemed unworthy of ascendance are brought here as fodder for the new hunters and soldiers. Lesia runs a tight ship, and I have seen the Black Knight slay fledglings simply for looking at him. Inspections every Thursday, midnight sharp. She rarely misses them. Trials Friday evenings, she sometimes stays to watch. Though as of late, she spends less and less time here. Nokris, the communications relay from the old world. Tasia and her hivelings have developed an odd, glowy thing about them. Vespine spends little time here, thus so do I. Crota, the Sujdenie?
It's a hard Russian word. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it.
Bro, we're about to fight the hive. No.
You've woken the hive.
Everybody who was here for the scroll campaign should be getting more and more nervous right now.
Yeah. The Sujdenie, where all must be first judged. I helped her create this place, this empire. Kit swims the skies here, singing the sad song that they all dance to. Alia, the Exalted, rules in my wife's absence, with Adoramus and the Ascendant at her side. Vespine splits her time between Nokris and Kletki. Norkis and Kletki. Pridwin kind of chuckles at that. Monday through Wednesday, K. Friday through Sunday, in. Remember, nothing that projects waves near Kit. It does something wonky to him. Or it just really pisses him off. Kletki. I abhor the place. There was a time when I loved to watch my wife work, when the means justified the ends. Now it is a place of anguish, where no one is safe from the tests should she deem me of value. I visit, I bring her new subjects, but I do not enter, and I do not linger the cages. Note to self, avoid the centaur at all costs. He talks incessantly and always wants to fight about something. It takes everything within my being not to squish him on sight. Schedule is written across the front page.
Pridwin, make another perception check with me, for me with advantage.
Sure thing. So first one's a 15, second one's another 18.
Good. It is the shine of something glass that catches your eye beneath some of the pages on the desk. Also, Solon, I sent you something else you located. But,
Yeah, I saw.
you find a vial wrapped loosely in a letter.
He will...
The letter's in Russian.
He'll unfurl the letter and then hand it over to Solon.
Solon, this is the letter that you get. I'm
I'm
sorry,
gonna,
this is gonna
like,
be a
as
lot of
he-
notes.
Yeah, you're good. As he hands me the letter, I'm gonna hand him the journal.
Go ahead.
Um,
I will send him the note on the journal, and this is the note that you got here.
I'll read this out loud.
Pridwin, this is the journal that you're handed.
Oh.
And you can understand it because it's actually a sort of medical journal.
I've already translated it with my mind, thus you know what it says.
Yeah, there you go.
Just projects the knowledge directly into my brain.
Osmosis! Just touch each other, it'll be fine. Quick pause on you while you're translating that letter, Solon. Brian, you made it to the lake. Roll a perception check for me.
Okay, 1 second. What about a 15?
15. Doesn't appear there are any scary fish in the lake, or any creatures at all. It appears to be a pristine lake. It's deep, so you can't see the bottom, but the water is still and clean. You get the sense that a big, bad, scary monster boy would not let another big, bad, scary monster boy on his turf.
Ah, fair enough. Okay. Brian's going to just fucking dolphin dive into the lake.
You dive into the lake. It is very cool and refreshing, and you are happy to try and work some of the corpse guts off of you. However, as Amani is sitting on the shoreline watching you, she didn't get covered in guts, you see her tense all of a sudden.
Oh god, it's right behind me, isn't it?
Her eyes aren't looking at you. They're looking at the shadows kind of on the shore of the lake off to the east of you.
He's gonna look in that direction.
You see movement. And you hear... You can't quite tell. It's breathy. Is it a cry? Or a laugh?
Would Brian be able to, like, stealthily swim over?
Go ahead.
I have to roll a check for that?
No.
Okay. He's gonna stealthily swim over to the people.
You start swimming towards the movement and the sound. And you start hearing little giggles. You get closer and you start to make out shapes. Up against the wall, just a bit off from the shore of the water. Shapes that are humanoid. A few of them have tails. Most of them don't. And they all seem to be giggling.
And would I be able to tell what they're giggling about?
You can't even tell what they are without getting closer.
How bad of an idea would getting even closer be?
I guess you'll have to find out.
Like, how much lake do I have left?
How much lake? There's
How
about
much lake do I
5
have left
feet.
until these people?
There's about 5 feet. Yeah. So you can go right up to the edge if you want. I mean, it appears there's a couple feet between the edge of the water and where these things are.
Brian is gonna go about another 2 to 3 feet closer to the edge just to see if he can either make out what the people or animal people look like, or hear a little bit of what they're saying.
Did you say about 2 feet from the edge?
Yeah.
Roll to dodge.
Oh, fuck me. Fucking 2. God damn it.
You feel something coil around the collar of your shirt, pulling you towards the edge rapidly. Gripping at your shoulders, you feel wet hands. The edges of
And
claws, and the hands begin to touch you all over your face, but they're not hurting you.
I'm gonna whirlwind step away. I'm out.
Go ahead.
Fuck that.
You whirlwind step and end up back in the water with a loud splash.
Brian's gonna swim over to where Amani is. Just he's out.
Amani
he's out.
is standing on the shore tensely. She holds her hand out, waiting for you, expecting a fight. What was it? What's over there?
I don't fucking know. I got 2 feet away from the shore, and then they started getting like invisible, like just drug over to the people, and I was out. Nope. Couldn't tell what they were saying. All I heard was giggling.
Should we investigate, or should we go tell the others?
Probably. We should let's try to investigate, and if things go bad, you go get the others.
So you guys start. She walks forward, holding your weapon form, and the giggling. It's intermixed with crying, and as you guys walk closer on the shoreline, the figures seem to move away from you, cowering back closer to the stone. You hear the clanking of chains.
Brian's gonna call out, "Hello? Who's over there?"
Have you seen him? Have you seen the Mad King?
Mad King, are you referencing the Wolf of Moscow?
He howls in the night. He leaves his food just out of reach.
Brian's gonna say to him telepathically, "Can you make sense of what they're saying? Because I can't."
They're speaking Russian.
Oh, fucking god damn it.
Amani looks just as confused as you. I'm not sure what's going on. They don't seem to be attacking us, though.
Nope, definitely not attacking, but I'm not gonna let down guard yet. I don't know. These people, people might be mentally unstable. From all the random laughing.
Imani starts to back away, hearing giggling, disappearing into the darkness. You turn and you start walking back, feeling much cleaner now. You have to go back through the arena. You see, 2 graves towards the far side. You see the body of the wolf laying face down. You notice something seems different about it.
Oh no.
And Brian, tell what's different about it?
Amani takes a few steps closer and you see his pelt has been skinned. Mostly just his back, a bit of the arms and legs, but he's been skinned.
Brian's gonna come out of his weapon form. Is it just me, or did someone come and skin the Wolf of Moscow? Brian's gonna look around. Does anything else seem to be tampered with?
The grave. One of them. It appears to be rifled through. But you can't tell from here, you can just see the dirt and the stones are disturbed.
Brian's gonna walk over to the graves.
You walk over to the grave.
What did they say on the headstones?
One headstone has a name. Akita. The other headstone reads Ashvender Orlov. It's Ashvender's grave that's been disturbed. And as you're close and you look down, you see that the grave is empty.
And this grave wasn't previously disturbed or anything. It was just whole.
You don't know. You didn't look at the graves. You mostly just saw the group and then.
I don't remember either.
I forgot.
Oh
no.
I think I remember
I
that
don't
they
think it
weren't,
was.
but
I don't think it was. That's nerve-wracking.
Oh no.
love that.
Yeah,
Great.
no, that's awesome.
Put that
Going
together.
back to Pridwin and Solon and Lunala and everybody else hanging out in the office. How you guys doing?
I'm going to read the note.
Okay.
Darling, my love, my life. Would that you still possess the capability to read in your current state, heed my words. I know you insist that you are immune, but please, for me, keep this vial with you. If you insist on remaining in this accursed place more often than not, I insist you carry it with you. One little scrape from the wrong broken beaker, one sting or bite from one. I'm assuming that's supposed to be minute, not minute bug, and you could end up like everyone else. I know you're a big, scary man who can take care of himself, but you made a promise to protect me. Through thick and thin, who will be there to save me when you become infected? Who will be there to save you from yourself? So my guess, Pridwin, the vial you have in your hand might be some antidote, cure. We might keep it with us.
Does it appear to have been consumed, or is it still full of liquid?
It is full.
I
Might
think
take it.
perhaps we should try and see about how to reverse engineer it, perhaps.
I agree. That was what I was about to suggest. We might take it back to the Sokolovs and see.
Or, I mean, we have an entire laboratory above us.
Yes, but who among us has chemistry experience?
Pridwin gives you a hard look.
He kind of like
Oh,
looks down to his medical bag, looks back up to you.
what am I to you?
Am I a joke to you?
I know I mostly kill things, but I am a licensed doctor.
Well, if you insist, I'm just afraid of wasting what little we have. Especially
me,
since we seem to have our next location at this Pletki.
Believe me, I understand your concerns. It's just...
Although I think I might be coming to the conclusion that I might not need some of that. Ever.
You think you may share your sister's immunity?
I do, especially since when you examined all of us earlier, I was the only one out of the entire group that had not been affected yet.
Well,
And
apart from myself.
well,
Although I'm not entirely sure if that was pure chance. Because I actually wash my hands, or...
Damn, really just gonna bring that up, ain't we?
it might be worth gathering the group and re-examining one last time, just for some more data points.
I'll be sure to go through and ensure everyone's well. Worst case scenario, I suppose, if we are limited in the amount of immunizing medicine, perhaps me and you should forego it in favor of giving it to someone else.
Agreed. But we also must plan for this new threat, kind of gesturing to the journal. I've seen 2 references of this Malfoy and only one reference to this Akita in that journal, and it doesn't seem...
Somebody want to roll memory check?
I don't think we've heard the name Malfoy before.
I know
got
we haven't heard
13.
Malfoy before. Akita
I
might...
think
And Harry
Akita-
Potter.
Wasn't Akita one of his kids?
You have seen both of the names before.
Oh,
Have we?
My cat is being a menace.
because I know I'm pretty sure they had 3 kids. One of them was immune to everything and wound up dying in the fire. The other two, I'm pretty sure we didn't get an actual confirmed outcome to their fates.
I'm not sure which one of you it was, but you guys did convene to talk about it. There were children's rooms upstairs in
yeah, we
the
were all
big
there.
area. There were
Yeah.
names
Yeah.
on the doors. One of the doors'
Ah.
names was Akita. One of the doors' names was Syrian. And there were drawings in the big glass container with a signature on them.
Syrian was the one with the signature, right?
No, the person in the cage, the signature was an M.
So it was Malfoy.
Safe to assume. Interesting.
So this... Sorry, I don't think I read the note the note that referenced Malfoy.
I sent you the journal.
There's the schedule.
I also sent
here
you
we
the
go.
other journal.
They don't, for some reason, it doesn't divide the messages.
Yeah,
so
I
it's
hate it when it
all-
doesn't do that. If I send
Depends
them
on
in
the time
rapid
it was sent.
succession, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just all a big jumble of text. Okay, hang on. So, you find a journal filled with pages, each one bearing hand and paw prints that grow in size with things written around in the margins. Notes on size, height, and weight, fur and skin color, effects. One is labeled Malfoy, which possesses handprints. The other is labeled Akita, who has paw prints. And the handprints do not seem to get any larger after a certain point while the paw prints continue to grow. However, they stopped suddenly in year 4. So... Wait, hang on. So... Okay, Malfoy's handprint suddenly stopped. So yeah, that would be around the time I'm pretty sure that Malfoy would have died in the fire.
Hold on. Did I write that right? I meant to say all of them stopped, but the paw prints are the ones that stopped in year 4.
The handprints continue?
Yeah, so
Oh,
the
okay, so the
handprints don't seem to get
handprints-
any larger, while the paw prints continue to grow, or they would have had they not stopped somewhere in year 4.
Okay.
Yeah, so the paw prints are the ones that stopped in year 4.
Okay. And the handprints, did they stop? Well, when did they stop?
So the end of year 4, all of the recordings stopped in this journal. I'm sorry, I should have made this make more sense. So
Okay.
something happened to make them stop happening. Akita was about 4 when they stopped recording things. Malfoy was older. However, his hand stopped growing at a certain point, while the paw print got bigger than his hand. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think so.
At age
So-
4, her paw print was bigger than his hand, even though he is a lot older than her. That was what I was trying to get at.
So basically, at some point, he stopped growing.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, that makes way more sense. It appears that Malfoy's growth was stunted in some way.
Yes. And it seems they have kidnapped my sister to cure whatever disease he may have. I'm going to take out the note and hand it to Goodwin.
There's so many notes. Could you be more specific?
I'll read it. The note says, the Orlov girl, I can't believe it. She's immune. They're keeping her at Klettke, running tests. Maybe there's hope yet for Malfoy.
So Malfoy's still alive.
Or at least he was at the time of this the writing of this note.
And that couldn't have been very long ago. It would have been written roughly around the time when you were separated from your sister.
Which was what? How many years ago was that? 2? I don't remember. How many years ago was Anna taken?
It's been like, I don't know, 5 at least.
Yeah. So sometime between then and probably somewhere recent or around that time.
It's probably safe to assume that Malfoy may still be alive, considering they're still going about their business.
Yes.
Although, I am curious about the other 2 children. I'm pretty sure that one of them did die on the fire. But that would leave one unaccounted for.
If he's still alive, he or she is still alive, I would assume he's at Klitki with her mother. He's not here.
Possibly. I wonder if they're even willing in this whole endeavor.
Do you guys want to keep looking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you found all of the important stuff in the office. At least for the moment. Lunala has ventured into the bedroom. And you hear her mumbling to herself as you guys are looking around.
Oh. Is everything alright?
Yeah, it's just... I'm having a little trouble translating. I may need to borrow Mara for this, but demon speech is difficult.
More demonic notes?
Yes, and some in English, actually. Here. She calls to you from the bedroom.
He'll come to the bedroom.
From the bedroom. Aha.
From the bedroom, you say?
From the bedroom, you say?
I think this could be useful. You are handed a vial.
Here, I will read that out loud, since he will probably show that to everybody else once he gets the chance.
Are you sure you want to show it to everybody?
Here, I'll read it first.
Real fast, how do I sound?
I'm fine.
Scuffed, but okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool. I stole my wife's earbuds.
Nice. As you should.
Yes. You can continue now.
Also, I'll add, as you have walked in, the bedroom, unlike the rest of the house, is purely demonic in architecture. Everything about it just reeks of the hells. Not to say it doesn't look cool as fuck, but, you know.
We have a thing for good architecture.
Comforts of home.
Right at home.
Fuck the homeless.
Pridwin will look at this and say, interesting to note. I suppose I should bring this up to the others.
Lunala is currently... She handed you that journal. She's looking through another journal and she's murmuring, I think Apollyon needs to see this.
I can go get him.
If if he's around. I haven't seen him for a while. Come to think of it, I also haven't seen Brian.
I'll try and find both of them. I'm sure Brian's probably just in the wine cellar. Again.
Hey, in my defense, I was only down there once. But you're right, I probably am down in the wine cellar.
Pridwin will step away
Okay.
and try and go and look for Apollyon and
So-
probably also Brian.
You head down the stairs, waving briefly to Liam and Minerva, and step outside. Brian, how you doing, buddy? You're standing over a grave.
So Brian's standing over the grave, and he's just scratching his head, kind of like, I'm no grave expert. I don't think that's right. And he's gonna go to leave the arena and head back to the house to tell Pridwin and the others that the grave was disturbed and the
Okay.
back of the king was fucking skinned.
Mm-hmm.
It was disturbing.
So you start walking back to the house, and you bump into Pridwin, quite literally.
Oof. Oh, hey, dude, what's up?
Oh,
He is soaking wet.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, no, I just kind of took a quick dip in the lake to, clean the guts off of myself. So I think you're going to want to see this.
Are you sure the lake is sanitary? What did you find?
Brian's going to walk over to the grave that's very clearly been disturbed and just be like,
Uh,
you know.
Did you just do more corpse defiling?
I did not do more corpse defiling. This was like this when I got here. Also, he's gonna walk over to the back of the Wolf of Moscow and just point at where he got skinned on his back. The wolf's kind of been skinned on his back.
Okay, now that is deeply concerning. I could
You're
see
not
you, I
concerned
could see you
about-
looting corpses, but skinning a man. Okay, you'd probably also do that, but I'm very concerned.
Yeah, you and me both. There was also a person down at the lake that was kind of insanely laughing and said the Mad King keeps his food right at arm's reach or some weird shit like that. Kinda
Did they do
disturbing.
that to him?
They weren't making
I
a lot of
don't-
sense, Amaniat.
No, they were not, but I don't think so.
I see. Well, then it's
Probably
likely
put in
that
my
somebody
laptop.
followed us. Again, somehow.
That's disturbing. But yeah, no, I did not do more corpse defiling. Also, did you read the names on the graves?
Yes, I read them after our confrontation.
Did you?
Yeah, he would have.
Because I remember
Because I
you read
remembered
you read Ashfender's.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he
'cause
did
that's
read
that's
the.
the grave
he
that was
read
disturbed.
the. Everybody looked at them before we called the session.
Fair enough.
Where the shit can I plug this in at? Yeah, no, just thought you should know about that. Anyways, I'm gonna head back to the house now.
Probably a good idea if we could get everyone together. What were you able to converse with this strange individual?
Well, I mean, I tried to sneak up on them just to see what they were saying because I didn't know if they were friendly or not. And I got about 2 feet away from the shore when I started getting pulled in by invisible hands. So, yeah, kind of came at them in
Invisible-
weapon form.
Invisible
Yeah.
hands.
Yep, they were touching me in places I don't want to be touched, and I'd rather not talk about it right now.
I will make sure. You should probably inform the others.
Yes,
Oh.
be careful of lakes with invisible hands.
That's what you want to hear.
I think we should perhaps reconvene. We found quite a few notes.
Okay, where are you guys all at currently?
We are all. Everyone was in this study when last I came to look for you.
Okay,
I
I'm
need to
gonna
go find where Apollyon is.
Ah, gotcha. I'm gonna go loot the wine cellar because some of those wine bottles might be valuable, and it's probably a good idea to have some money.
There he goes again, Monty says, following after him.
You know, initially
alcohol.
I was joking about you going back there.
I do not care. You gave me the idea. Are we saying that like as not our non characters or?
No, that was absolutely in character.
Oh. Okay, Brian's just gonna be like, did you say something?
Nope, nothing at all.
See you later.
You too.
Apollyon, where are you at right now?
I am lurking and I am stalking.
Prove when you're being stalked.
Apollyon.
I will be able to speak momentarily in a few minutes. I apologize. I'm grabbing ice from the hotel.
You're good.
Pridwin, you did hear about the weird shit going on the shoreline. If you want to investigate, or you can go back to the room. After saying you did your best.
Considering they Brian felt the need to back away from that situation, he's probably going to wait until everyone else knows about it.
Okay, so you going back?
Yeah, first he's gonna try and see if there's any, like, indication, like, tracks or marks or a trail of blood, from any of the disturbed things that were around.
No.
Such as the skinned carcass.
Whoever skinned the carcass appears to have done so meticulously. And as far as the grave goes, there are no tracks leading away from it.
And there's no blood droplets or anything that were left from the skinning or like carrying a
Just what happened
wet.
around the corpse. It doesn't appear that like anything was carried anywhere.
How in the hell do people keep finding us? He's just gonna get up and head back towards where everyone else is.
Okay. You go back inside. Liam gives you a curious look. Problem?
Apparently someone was here during the night.
What do you mean?
Someone took the liberty of skinning the wolf while we were sleeping and digging up a gravestone.
Couldn't have
One
been.
of the ones outside.
I kept watch. Nobody came down here. Minnie traded with me. You can ask her.
Minerva, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
She stops what she's doing, rifling through some of the trinkets on a shelf nearby, turns to look at you, shrugs, looks back to the trinkets.
Well, whoever they were very good at covering their tracks. I wasn't able to find so much as a drop of blood out of place.
I mean, have we stopped to consider the fact that maybe there weren't any tracks to be left?
As in, they manifested here, took what they wanted, and then teleported out?
He crosses his arms. And who do we know who teleports all over the goddamn place?
Considering the sheer number of people we know who do magic, that's going to be a long list.
The one who is not present currently?
I sincerely doubt that Apollyon would skin his best friend.
Liam shrugs. As for the grave, you ever consider there wasn't anything in there to leave tracks?
I mean, I'd imagine that there would be some in the dust of the cave or something of that nature.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. So, the wolf ate the guy, right?
Indeed.
He ate his sword.
I mean, do you recall when we were looking at the graves if that one had already been dug up?
It hadn't. But I don't think there was anything in there to begin with.
But somebody still disturbed it.
Somebody looked to see if there was something in there.
Precisely, but that would still... Regardless, somebody was here, and typically that would leave some sort of indication.
Liam shrugs. All I'm saying is, I haven't seen anybody come down here. I wouldn't be too worried about it. I think, despite how off-putting this place is, we're safe. For the time being, anyways.
Well, if they had intended to harm us, they probably would have done so, so... For the time being, I will not concern myself.
Well, we'll be down here. Tell Kat to be careful if she comes down the stairs. I haven't seen her for a minute. She went up with you, right?
She was still asleep when I woke up.
Liam sighs. Go on, I'll take care of it. And he starts walking for the door.
He will nod and, head back towards where everyone else is.
You go back up the stairs. Apollyon, are you decent? Have you gotten ice yet? Apollyon, come back.
Can't believe he's fucking dead.
Brian, you were going down to the cellar again. Were you looking for anything in particular?
No. Like I said, the wine, because you said the wines have been centuries aged old, so, and wine is usually valuable, so.
I mean, yeah,
I was
this
just
shit's
gonna
gonna be
make
pretty
sure.
valuable.
Oh yeah. No, I was just
However, it's heavy.
And I have a magical space possum that I can shove shit into.
Okay, but keep in mind how big your possum's mouth is.
It can unhinge its jaw.
Exactly, it did that.
As big as a keg? No!
I mean, not as big
No,
as
they're
a keg,
bottled. You
but,
said
like, as
they're
big as a
bottled,
wine
not
bottle.
keg. You said they're bottled,
Yo,
not
I'm back.
keg.
Ugh. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Oh shit, Apollyon's alive.
Ryan's just gonna. He's just.
Apollion's
gonna
real?
Find...
I'm real. Sorry, mother-in-law wanted to keep yapping about something. I don't know.
Apollyon, Pridwin went outside looking for you, and then he gave up and went back inside, and you are waiting for him on the stairs.
Ah, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. There's a quite large list of things that I need to tell you.
Speak away, I suppose.
To keep it as simple as possible, we've discovered, some interesting things while we were searching through the wolf's personal effects, including notes.
Notes, you say?
Yes. So far we've been able to translate most of them with the help of your Shadow and, Solon. But her demonic is a little spotty, so your assistance might be required.
Very well. Show me.
He'll take you over to the study, and he'll continue as they're walking. So far, the information we've been able to obtain is we're fairly certain now what the witch is and what she wants. She appears to have taken Solon's sister specifically to heal her own child of some sort of ailment which seems to have stunted her growth, or his growth. Furthermore, we managed to find a vial which could immunize one of us from the disease. I think I may be able to replicate it with the laboratory, but I don't want to make any guarantees yet.
That would certainly be helpful in the coming days.
Indeed. And on the subject, Solon has theorized that he may be immune himself, much like his sister. Considering he was one of the only 2 people who were not affected by some sort of disease, by one of the diseases which were lingering about the town when we came in.
That does make a lot of sense.
Although, for now, I'm... Yes?
Continue.
For now, I'd like to play it safe regarding our immunities. If I can make enough for everyone, then I would prefer everyone ingest it. But if we are limited, then perhaps we should keep it down to whomever may be the most affected.
Prioritize everyone else other than myself.
I'm not sure that that would be a good idea.
I'll be fine. And if
Well-
you're not, at least you guys won't alone.
While Solon and I may have reason to believe we're immune, you clearly can be affected.
Affected how?
Well, for one, the wolf's wife gave this vial to him. He's a full-blooded demon, much like yourself. Clearly, she knows that he can be affected by it. And as you were affected by demonic diseases when we were within the town, it suggests to me that this weapon may have been engineered with your kind in mind.
Fair enough. Still, I believe that if we cannot make enough to prioritize those who very much cannot be immune to this.
If there is only the one vial, it's going to go to Katia.
Indeed.
However, I am fairly confident that I can try to synthesize more of this.
I trust you too. Is there anything else you found in particular?
Yes, specifically something that may help us guide our next steps. We found the wolf's schedule. It details the locations of the witch's compounds. Compounds which were mentioned in the squirrel's reports as well. Most importantly, we know where prisoners may be kept. We know where this whale might be spending its time, and we know when and when not the witch may be at certain locations. As a result, I think we're going to need to think very carefully about when and where we go.
What's new, huh?
Indeed. Furthermore, Lunala did discover a piece of information regarding the witch herself. She appears to be particularly vulnerable to fire, electricity, and water.
Interesting. I will keep these in mind. Does she happen to have the notes on her now?
If you want to see the notes on the subject of her weaknesses, you're welcome to, but I will say that some of these may be a little risque.
Very well.
Not
If
like
you-
Apollyon hasn't been drawn in that art form 1,000 times over by now. Probably by himself.
Pridwin will hand the notes to you.
That's timer on
Alright.
camera, runs to the other side.
You'll have gone through these notes then. Um,
Also, the Lunala, hearing you guys talk, will have come and handed you a journal and several letters. They're
the letters you sent me.
They're in demon speech. I can't make heads or tails of them. Well, except for this one. This one's in Russian, but it was with the others, so I don't know. It might be important. Might want to ask Solon.
Alright. Are these the notes you sent me?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the journal and the letters that she just handed you.
He reads through these, and instantly Pridwin would have seen a look of shock on his face.
Yeah, Pollyanna ain't looking too hot.
Is everything alright?
He was detailing the possible locations of my other shadows.
What use would he have for that information?
Like he was keeping tabs on them. I have one actual location where he may be. Idris. South America? Well,
South America.
And Bedlam was assumedly responsible, or I guess involved in the academy.
So one of your former compatriots is in the academy.
I'm not sure, but if this served well, then he may be there.
I am concerned about that information, considering the state that your other compatriot was in.
If you want, I can read out loud if you want to share. If not, you can keep it to yourself. It's up to you.
He'll share. He'll share.
Huh?
He'll share.
You want me to read all of it?
I say read the part about the shadows.
Just that part? Okay. So Apollyon is translating the journal to you, and it reads as follows. The Other Shadows. The sword spear was a real tough one, but in the end he was weak. He thought me the traitor responsible for Apollyon's fall. He was a fool, and he died as such. He even tried to shatter his own blade. Pathetic. The weapon is so much stronger without his thick-headed, overbearing soul getting in the way. The nerd. I always imagined that bastard would be somewhere smart, maybe even showing up when this academy came to fruition, but to no avail. I've heard nothing of his activities much past the Tablets of Ruin. The Knight. Location, South America. I've heard whispers that an undead knight was involved with goings-on in South America. It's beyond my reach for now, but things will escalate. They always did with Idris. The Angry Boy. A creature of that destruction can't go without slaughter. Look for high body counts. He'll be there. Maybe one day I'll find him and challenge him to a real fight. On our terms this time. The twins are the only two I have an actual lead on. Last I'd heard, they'd infiltrated that accursed academy somehow. I'm unsure of what continent they're on, but I did receive a letter. They speak as though he's alive. This pleases me, if only for the fact I might strike him down with my own 2 hands. Starshine? Magic boy, never was close to the action. I imagine he's holed up somewhere, biding his time, waiting for our illustrious king's return or for someone better to take his place. He never was one for Mephisto, though. He's no traitor. Not like her.
This is helpful for you. Next up, there's a letter from the twins. I'll read it out. It says, "You called us. We answer. From a place the light does not touch us. From a place the traitor cannot find us. We hide in plain sight. We wait in shadow. We watch him fragmented. Struggling to remember, so close and yet just out of reach. Our true king will return, and he will be ready for when he needs us, when he remembers." So, give 1 moment. I am so sorry. I will be right back. I will consult with the DM about what Apollyon is doing.
Again.
All good.
Alright.
So, you
Alright,
guys have learned things. Do y'all want to sit down and chit-chat?
Probably a good idea.
You probably get the feeling that the best place to do this is in the living room. You gonna try and summon everybody together?
Yeah. Pridwin might as well try to round everyone up.
Okay. So, the rest of you hear Pridwin calling you guys to assemble. Are you guys going?
Oh shit, he had to leave, didn't he?
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Ryan is gonna grab 1 more bottle of wine
Oh my god.
from the thing because he's just been shoving them in the fucking possum.
This poor
and
possum.
he's gonna start heading upstairs.
The possum is looking very sick.
Ryan's gonna reach in, grab a couple, just enough to where the possum doesn't look like he's about to just keel over.
He is like bloated, like his little arms and legs are like sticking out to the sides.
Ryan's gonna take out however many it takes to make him function like a normal possum.
Yeah, you take 2 bottles out and he's sort of back to functioning like a normal albino possum.
I'll take out a 3rd one just to. I don't even know how many he put in there.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'll roll and figure that out in a minute.
Oh, okay.
I will also add, Apollyon would have read you this other letter with Solon's help, so I'm just gonna say, Solon, you helped him.
Yeah.
This is the other letter that Apollyon has in his hand. Father, it's been a few years now since you sent me away. Your training has served me well, for I am Mother's right hand, and there is none she trusts more than I. There is nothing I cannot kill, just as you created me to be. And this strange sword spear you gifted me, though it is not a living weapon as you once described, is so perfectly balanced. My fingers tingle with hellfire. I taste sulfur with every swing. I hope one day you'll take me there. Fear not, for Mother. I'll protect her, always. Forever your favorite, Syria.
A bit presumptuous.
Do you share this information?
Pollyann said he would share it with all of you.
Alright. Well, we know at least that one of the children is a willing participant in all of this.
Well, if you were raised to know nothing else, is it still willing?
Indeed. It's just... I sincerely doubt there's going to be much reasoning with her. Not that I'd be against trying, at the very least.
Yes, but there's still a long road before then, or then and now.
Indeed.
Not long enough, Lunala says.
No, and if the wolf's words contain truth, we have a lot of preparing to do.
Pridwin, make me a perception check.
Alright. Natural 20.
I'm gonna send
You see nothing.
Oh boy.
Also,
There is a fly in the room.
apart from the perception check, you see Liam standing in the doorway, his arms are crossed, and he has a grave look on his face, and he's making eye contact with you.
Pridwin's gonna head over to Brian.
Hello.
Are you doing alright?
Yeah, why?
Pridwin's going to give you a medical checkup. Just impromptu immediately.
Time for a
Brian's-
colonoscopy.
Just as you say it,
It's out the
Holding a
gloves.
glove on!
you see him remove his gauntlet and then slowly put on a fucking silicone glove.
Brian's gonna take a step back and be like, "What you doing?"
There's a small chance you might enjoy this. Smacks it, or like pulls the glove and lets it slap your arm.
Now, Brian,
It's
this is
your
going to be
arm.
very unpleasant for both of us.
It's gonna be unpleasant for one of you!
Brian's gonna take another step back. Seriously, what are you doing?
Okay, being more serious, he's going to say, I'm going to need to take a look at that scratch you have
I have a scratch?
on your face. Is
Brian's
it not
gonna-
bothering you at all?
No, I just thought, like, my head hurts a little bit, but I just thought it was because, a pile of corpses fell on me.
Come here. He's going to grab your face and start examining it.
Pridwin grabs you by the jaw and starts looking at it. Roll me a medicine check.
Yippee! With advantage, right?
Yeah, medicine's advantage for you, I'm pretty sure.
I'd hope so, considering he's the only one with a medical background. 19?
Okay. There is a scratch on his face. When you first saw the scratch when he came out of the corpse pile, it appeared to be maybe from a fingernail or the piece of, a stray piece of metal or something. It still looks like a scratch, but the skin around it is red.
And his eyes?
Melting.
Melting?
Oh no.
His pupils are very dilated. The red veins are starting to distend a little bit.
He's going to smack you across the face.
Ow! What the fuck, dude?
Brian, you feel angry.
You
Dude,
are
seriously,
a moron.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, just start fucking insulting me. Great.
Is that
He's
your
going
medical opinion? Because I'm pretty sure we already knew that.
Brian's
He's
gonna
as
look at
he's
Solon
saying
and
this,
just raise a middle finger.
he's shuffling through his bag and he pulls out that vial that you saw him collect. Do you have any idea how important this is?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not so important you have to call me a fucking dumbass.
Do you
Moron.
Whatever.
Do you even realize what's happening to you right now?
Well, I'm freaking just got smacked in the face by a person I thought was my friend, but I don't really know about that right now.
Considering the fact that you just went playing in a pile of corpses, has it occurred to you that you could have infected yourself with something?
Brian's
Something which, might I add, we do not have a cure for. Something which we only have a single cure for.
Then you need to go upstairs and start trying to synthesize it.
You think I even have time? That could take days.
1 to 3 days. That was the set-in time, right?
Brian, I'm sorry for my frustration, but you are going to need to go into quarantine.
Brian's gonna roll his eyes and then storm off to somewhere.
Pridwin's going to follow you.
Brian, you storm off. Pridwin is following you, and Liam gets in front of you. Pridwin,
Oh, you'd better move now, Liam.
I think you two need to stop.
I think you need
Liam?
to move.
We need to put him...
No, you do not understand.
Brian's gonna whirlwind step away.
You can't
Just like out the window.
go that way, Liam says, watching you disappear.
What?
We
What
have
do
a
you mean?
problem, Liam says to you.
Are you kidding?
Liam
A prob...
grabs your gauntlet and starts pulling you.
Oh.
This is fun.
He's going to not resist, but he seems very annoyed.
Liam is pulling you outside of the house, beyond the trophy room, kind of to the border between, you know, the house, the trophy room, and the big cavern that leads out. Katya is sitting on a stone there, in such an angle that it looks like she's trying to hide from something, but she's also watching something. She glances at the two of you as you walk up, but she doesn't say anything.
Katya?
She
What's the matter?
looks at you and then she nods over the top of the rock she's leaning against.
He's going to look.
You put a hand on the rock and kind of lean around it, looking out into the open cavernous area. In the center of the room, standing in an eerie beam of light, is a very large figure. Completely covered in armor. Arms crossed, a sword embedded in the stone in front of her, waiting. You've seen her before.
I'm sorry, can I help you?
Are you saying this to her?
Yeah.
You say this across the cavern. She doesn't say anything back.
You don't have to respond, that's fine, that's an option.
Also, did you have art you wanted to post?
Oh, yeah. Hang on. So, art of her?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know if you had any new art. It's been a while since you posted some.
I mean, not necessarily new, per se.
So you posted the size reference one?
No, I have not. So that one can go up. Or at least I haven't posted it in a while.
Yeah, so I'm assuming the rest of you kind of shuffle your way out to see what's going on. And you can hear Pridwin panicking. Solon, you peer around the group, and you also see the figure, and you think you recognize the figure from an encounter before.
Can I roll a memory check?
Go ahead. Also, Pridwin, if you want to describe her, I can let you if you have anything you want to...
Yeah.
If you have a cool description.
The art is in the channel, but she is this towering bulk of metal.
Muscle mommy. just say it as it is. Say it as it is, bro.
The armor is quite artistically made. It seems very nice, which contrasts to how it seems to have been treated. It is marred with scratches and dents, coated in probably blood that's been there for an unknowable amount of time. It almost appears as if it's been cleaned many times, but there are just stains that will not come out. The cloth of the cape and this sort of decorative loincloth, which is wrapped around the armor, are horribly aged and tattered from untold battles. And there's this long plume, which initially, you would imagine, as most plumes are, would be made of feathers. However, as you get a closer look, it is hair, like human hair. This long, tangled mass. And, she isn't carrying the sword that she is in the image. She's carrying a much smaller sword. What would be a great sword in the hands of a normal human being, but looks more like a long sword in this individual's hands, which appears even worse in its condition than even the armor. Chipped and cracked, rusted through in some places. And there are noticeable indentations along the blade where it seems like it may have collided with bone.
So yeah, she's just standing there in the center of the room.
She's just standing there.
Menacingly.
That's exactly what she's doing. As you all are kind of standing there, I'm imagining doing that hilarious anime thing where all of you peek out from behind the rock. Ever so slowly, she lifts a hand and points directly at you, Pridwin.
Ooh, you're being pointed at. You probably should address that.
You can hear Pridwin audibly rattling.
His armor.
Yeah, his armor is rattling.
This is your ancestor, bro. How you gonna handle this?
I I'm not related to her. I'm not related to her at all.
Oh.
Lunala puts a worried hand on your shoulder.
Is there something you are here for which I might be forgetting?
You want to speak for her?
I've come to collect on a promise, little knight.
What kind of promise is that supposed to be? Lunala says defensively.
I am owed a rematch.
Oh shit. Liam says from behind you guys. Minerva looks at you worriedly, Pridwin. What is she talking about?
I think I may remember.
Well, I don't, so fill a girl in.
You see, we had a run-in with her back when we first entered, oh dear, I'm forgetting things. The Birdlands. You see, the Blood Witch.
She's the one with the sword, Lunala says suddenly, her eyes wide. She has the sword.
Not this time, little witch.
Lunala looks pale and terrified.
I'm keeping the end of my bargain.
What deal did you strike with her?
It was less a deal and more of a demand. You see, the sword which she guards can end the world if it's in proximity to Lunala.
Oh, how exciting.
Not in proximity,
joy.
Katya says. In her.
Yes, but it causes bad things to happen when in proximity. And I may have. She mistook me for a grave robber because she was under the impression that our family was dead. And
She's not
she
far
may-
off, Liam says.
She may have lunged at me, and someone came from the shield to stop that. And she knows him.
Wait. So one of us did things with her? Minerva says, looking at you.
Did things.
To my understanding, she killed him.
Oh. Oh, now she looks mad.
Would
Which-
have, had I the chance. But fate did not line up that way.
If you didn't kill him, then what do you want?
What was denied from me so long ago. A rematch.
You want to kill another Rhizostoma? Is that it? Lunala says aggressively. Well, it's
From
not
my-
gonna be my husband.
I'm not here to kill. Not necessarily. I don't want him. Her finger still pointing at Pridwin. And then she kind of focuses that point almost as if pointing past him. My rematch. It's intended for him.
Ooh.
Romeo Rhizostoma.
Oh.
The only one who has ever bested me.
So this is a date, Liam says under his breath.
The metal,
Very aggressive flirting. That is what is
metal-
happening here.
the metal around her face turns bright red, and she stamps her foot. It is not a date. I'm going to slaughter him.
So it's a
You're
date.
in
Hearing is
love.
very aggressive flirting.
So it's a date. It's like a third date.
You have to realize you have just addressed a bunch of high schoolers.
It's
Basically.
not like I like him or anything.
Oh my god. Well, Predwin, what do you want to do?
I suppose if he is accepting of these conditions, Pridwin is going to try and use the choral construct and specifically channel Romeo.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to try and ask him? Do you want to see if he's even gonna
Yeah,
respond?
That's why he's calling on him.
Roll.
The number you have
Alright.
called cannot be reached at
Oh.
this time.
You want me to roll like a flat d20?
Yeah,
or...
just roll a flat d20. Roll unless you want. I'll let you roll charisma if you want. I don't know how high your charisma is.
That was a natural 20.
Okay, no, I
don't
never
need
fucking
charisma.
mind. So there is a swirling sound. You guys hear the sound of a tide rushing in seemingly from nowhere. The ground begins to tremble as all of that rushing, it begins to form a whirlpool in front of Pridwin's feet.
Brian.
Brian,
Is he
please help.
is he here?
I don't know, is Brian here? Solon is aggressively whispering to Brian.
He's still sick.
He is, yes. So you have two very important things happening at the same time, so you might want to divert
shit.
some
I guess
resources.
I guess I have to deal with Brian now.
Liam smirks at you and goes, I'm on Katya duty, that's not my problem.
Isn't my problem. When is it ever your problem?
She's my problem, he says and crosses his arms. Katya sticks her tongue out and looks back. Are you and Xavier going to look for Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. You go to look for Brian. Meanwhile, out of the whirlpool, a hand surfaces. As if pulling itself from the depths. And a sword in a second hand slams onto the earth. And he begins to heave himself out of the water. Pridwin, you have just summoned Romeo.
Do you want to play him since I'm playing Hex?
I don't remember him talking much, but okay.
I mean, you know his personality.
I really don't.
Here, I'll give you a synopsis.
Jesus Christ. Brian, are you still dead?
No, I'm here.
Aha, Solon! Are you still
Nice, what
aggressively
are we
whispering
having
his name?
If he's not even there, my whole point was of whispering was beside the
I
point.
didn't even hear anyone whispering.
Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
He's back.
Sorry.
Yeah, Brian, you kind of fucked off to cause problems, right?
Yes.
Okay, Solon is chasing you.
Oh, great.
Solon is trying to find you.
Can I roll stealth to avoid him?
Because you're not outrunning me.
I know. That's what I'm
Solon is fast. He is very
I am
fast.
very fast.
What does an 18 get me?
Perception check, Solon.
He's gonna roll like a nat 20. Did you actually?
No, I got a 14.
Okay.
Solon, you are racing in the direction you saw Brian go. You haven't found him yet.
Maybe it's just best for the party to let him go. I'll head back. There's a fight happening. There's a pretty big fight happening between a really big set of armor dude and a muscle mommy. It'd be a shame to miss it. Like saying it very obviously very loud and just into the ether.
Just muscle mommy.
Just slowly
Just
starts
suddenly appears
walking
behind you.
back.
You just see Brian. Okay, so I just want Brian to be spamming whirlwind step. Just woof.
It's like fucking Bloodhound Step from Elden Ring, just over and over again.
Speed
Oh my
run.
god, no!
Well, I guess we know where he's gonna be. Might as well head back.
Fuck.
Solon, you just feel the wind rush by you as you see a blur of what you can assume is Brian going towards the direction. Did you ever tell him where it was at?
Nope.
Is this the
Oh.
time for
Oh, he might
Apollyon?
not even be heading the right place.
Are you headed back to the house?
Well, I mean, I never left the house. I was just like going towards the cavern.
Oh, then you're in the right area.
Oh, okay, yeah.
want me-
No, I was just gonna like fuck off at the cavern.
Well, I guess we know where he's gonna end up, so I might as well go find Apollyon. I need to talk to him.
Yes.
I'll be back.
Oh,
I am in danger.
welcome. What are you in danger for?
Hex is here.
Yeah,
Ah,
I was
She's here for
I
a
was
date.
not kidding.
Okay, sorry, I'm consulting real quick.
nice weather. Ooh, hot.
Oh god.
Don't worry about it.
Fragile electronics. No worries.
Oh my god. A quick pause on this.
Huh.
Apollyon, you wanted to do something with Solon, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You two, go ahead. I will say, Apollyon, you probably pulled Solon aside after he was looking for Brian and not doing a good job of it.
Yeah, Apollyon mysteriously it just appears in front of Solon as he's walking away.
I was been looking for you. We have something
I
to
would
discuss.
got something to deliver. Yes, I was looking for you too. Follow me first.
Okay, I follow.
He's going to take him back into the room where the graves are, if that's not being currently disturbed by
It is
Hex.
not currently being disturbed by Hex.
Excellent. Hmm. Does he know what Mara's doing?
Mara is still recovering. She can't see very well with her eyes. They're still recovering.
Yeah, she's still got like an eye wrap around her.
Yeah, she's got a blindfold on.
Firekeeper mode.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, then he'll just take him into where the graves are.
You are standing by the graves. One of them is dug up.
Well, have you thought about my proposition?
I have. And although Wolf was evil, I can't help but take his word with some form of caution that we need to be more powerful. And I think that's the most current opportunity for that to come to fruition. So yes, I will take your offer.
Very well. Is that your final answer?
Yes. Do I win the car?
Let me find. Nope, no.
Someone will say yes and like reach out his hand because I know you have to do the handshake thing.
Yeah. One moment. I need to find where it's right here. There it is. Now, I wasn't able to do this before with Mara, so I may do a retry on the official ceremony. Kneel
Okay.
for me.
Kneel.
You are to take an oath as a shadow. Do you accept?
I do.
Then do you, Shadow, solemnly swear to uphold your vision of justice no matter which ends of this earth it takes you?
Yes.
Do you, Shadow, promise to wield your title only for the sake of this justice?
Yes.
Do you then, Shadow, swear on your life as well as the lives of those who follow to protect those who cannot protect themselves from the threat of tyranny?
Absolutely.
Do you, brave Shadow, vow to upend the roots of injustice wherever they may sink their claws?
Upon my life or death, I swear it.
Do you, O valiant Shadow of which fights back against the injustice of tyranny, accept the lifelong burden of this grand undertaking, no matter its weight?
Yes.
Now then, Shadow, I name you Solon, the Wolfsbane. Take with you on your journey my brand, as well as the mantle of the Wolfslayer, the symbol of your oath. Now rise, my Shadow. He puts out his hand for you to take.
I take the hand and shake it.
Thus seals the deal. Deal.
Yes.
Oh, is DM there?
Oh.
DM's here.
Okay, DM.
Yes.
As he does this, and finishes the deal, he will hand Solon the outfit he made for him.
So Solon, you remember how they were talking about the wolf being skinned and that was really weird?
Yep.
You figured out why.
Yep. I've had foreshadowing. I knew this was coming. This has been in the play. Every week we postponed it like, shit! I wanted to do this!
You have been given this rather impressively made mantle. Made out of what you could consider your arch nemesis's pelt.
Mm.
Holy shit, he did skid him.
Yeah. 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 Do you have the picture or do you want me to post it for you?
I got it.
Okay. I can do that.
The new drip has been acquired.
Yeah, buddy.
So yeah. The next time you guys see Solon, this is what he looks like.
Holy shit.
Do you have any questions, by the way?
Not at the moment. I must come to enlighten my own powers, I think, with time.
Indeed. Also, you may feel a burning sensation in a moment as I let go of my hand, your hand.
Ah. Is this supposed to hurt this much?
Yeah, it feels like you are on fire. It feels like somebody just stuck a literal, like, wrought iron branding tool against your skin.
He's gonna kind of like, not take off his shirt, but kind of like grab the collar. Where's it hurting? Where is the brand?
Good question.
Where did you put it?
Let's say I put it. Where would you want it to be?
Probably on the chest, yeah.
Chest? Then you
Yeah.
feel it on the chest.
Okay. Later, I'm gonna engrave it into my fucking prosthetic, so I'll have to. I'm gonna like grab my collar and kind of like push it aside to like watch it as it burns into my skin.
Joint's ability, where his arm gets replaced with a demonic arm.
Metal as fuck. And we will go over any stat changes or effects that does at a later time.
Sounds good.
Meanwhile, back in the other half of the room where shit is tense as fuck.
Brian shows up.
Yo, you said something about a muscle body?
All is forgiven. I'm here to watch.
Is there like a second story to this or something?
I mean, you're down in the caverns. Above you is the entire academy.
Oh.
I'm
So
sure you can
Brian's
find
just-
like a particularly tall rock to sit on.
Yeah, Brian's just gonna find like a particularly tall rock, and somehow popcorn has appeared in his hand, and he is just eating it and watching.
That's fair.
You know, the wolf might not keep food, but he seems to love popcorn.
My possum is full of wine and popcorn, and you just see Brian pop a cork.
Oh my god.
There's no popcorn bucket. The raccoon.
He's just reaching into the possum to get
Reaching
the
into the
popcorn?
possum.
I hate that
Possum,
so much.
Popcorn sticking out.
No.
God, that's awful.
No. He like reaches in to get a piece of popcorn. He grabs a coin. Oh, that's not it. Shoves it back in, rifles around, pulls out some popcorn.
Possum corn.
Every time he shoves his hand into
don't
its
call
mouth,
it
its
that.
tail like
Don't-
unravels and sticks straight
Don't
out.
Call it that.
Above game question, isn't Romeo the one that Apollyon knew in the past?
Apollyon probably knew several of Pridwen's
Yeah.
ancestors.
Is Romeo the Greek?
Is Romeo the what?
The Greek one.
No.
Are you thinking of the Demon Slayer? Because that's not Romeo.
So,
No. Remember that? There one that was somewhere in that area.
so there was, so Pridwen's ancestors kind of hail from kind of along Greece and Italy. There was, so the ones that I think you would know were Dante, because Dante just has a general disdain for demons.
Yeah.
Isadora, because she's probably actively tried to fight you several times.
Yeah, and he's actively tried to. Yeah.
Aurelia was from Greece. Atenolfo was from Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Romeo was specifically from Italy, but like during the Renaissance.
Okay, that's my question. Anyway, continue.
He is the Romeo, by the way.
Yes, he is the Romeo
The
of
Romeo.
Romeo acclaim. Romeo from the hit film Romeo and Juliet.
Jesus fuck.
Okay,
Stop.
okay, listen. We all know the modern Romeo and Juliet with DiCaprio in it is the best film ever made.
It's a good movie.
If you've never seen that one, you need to see that shit. It is funnier than shit.
Yeah. DiCaprio is in my home city.
Holy shit.
Oh, is he really?
He's filming a movie right now down in my town.
King.
Hang on. So Romeo's out now, right?
Yep.
Hex will step forward, holding her sword in her hands, and say, "You're a lot shorter than I remember you."
I can't. That quip is not what he would have said. Hold on, in my brain.
Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think I can voice him. I can't do it.
Okay. So. Pridwin is going to hold up his hand and say, "If I may make a request?"
I feel like they both just like slowly turn to look at you.
We do have a bit of a pressing predicament. My good friend Brian over there has become infected with the disease that's currently ravaging the country.
Brian
And
waving from the rock top.
I need to synthesize a cure. Otherwise, he's
Wait,
going to
he
turn
doesn't
into a big
speak
scary
English,
mob. So could we perhaps hold off on this for just a moment?
She does not look pleased. Romeo, on the other hand, does not seem too bent up about it.
Hex looks at Romeo and she says, "I suppose you're not what you once were. Perhaps it would be wise for you to have help." And she looks over at the party. "Very well. I've waited long enough. I can wait a little longer. Once you are done with the tiny man, come back to me and face me as warriors. I will not kill you, but I can't promise you will be unmaimed." Try to run, however, and I will see to it none of you draw breath.
I'm just imagining all the men in the group are like, "Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am."
Oh, you need a footrest? You got it, boss. Just sit right here.
You gotta make sure Apollyon does not see Hex.
Apollyon, you're already seeing her, bro. She's right
I was
there.
gonna say, we went there after the ritual. We're
She's
there,
right there, my boy.
She,
We're in
she would
the thick of
actually-
it.
She would actually acknowledge Apollyon.
Oh,
I
yes.
remember you.
Oh no.
Oh, you're the big scary knight.
And you're the tiny man who's too obsessed with himself.
Liam dying in the background.
You're also a lot smaller than I remember.
Well, you're not wrong on the first part. I will not take the second part.
No, I'm certain. You are actually shorter than you once were. And less you.
Abaddon cackling in the background. She called you short.
Well, I think nothing to me technically when I can, well, you know. I'm gonna have him transform into one of the tall shadows he has.
He tries to make himself taller. Oh my lord.
Not make Apollyon, it's his weight, height and weight.
Apollyon casually tries to make it look like he didn't just make himself like 6 inches taller.
Hi
She
again.
She just has her hand on her hip and she's like tapping her claws. And she says, "You were unable to woo me back then, and you're not going to woo me now."
Oh.
I'm trying to woo the muscle mommy. What is happening?
This is Apollyon we're talking.
Shh, shh. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Romeo just
We have wine.
casually, like,
Let him cook.
My wine.
Oh my
Ryan
god.
clutches the albino possum.
Oh my lord. Yeah, I'm imagining Romeo isn't gonna take this sitting down.
yeah. He shoots a look at whoever seems like they're trying to unleash the Riz on Hex.
All of the men present? What do you mean?
A spine creeps
No,
up all of your, a chill creeps up all of your spines.
Romeo just like slowly
You know what?
steps in between their gazes and Hex.
I you know what Hex is really like. He's gonna take on the form of his armored form.
Oh no.
What does his armored form look like?
It's the one
It's
posted
in,
in
it's
art.
Hang on.
The black
Scroll up a little.
black with the red.
Oh. Apollyon.
Yeah.
Hex just goes, ew.
He's like
Ew.
doing his second pose.
Ew.
Once again, Liam like
Ooh,
crying
brother,
on the floor.
ooh, what's that?
Brother,
Ooh.
Romeo seems very proud of himself at this rejection.
Apollyon is very dejected.
Apollyon taking psychic damage.
It's vicious mockery all over again.
Oh my god.
Very well. Be gone with you.
What, Poppy? I'm right here.
Wait, is Solon in the room with us?
All of you
Like-
are together. Literally everybody in the party is right here.
Alright.
I'm sorry, I can't take anything seriously. Grim is destroying a squeaky toy behind
Yeah,
me.
and my cat's going meow, meow. What do you want?
My cat's attacking my microphone cord.
Oh my
They're
lord.
furious.
Come here.
Scream.
I can't take anything seriously with any of you right now. Oh my god. So, she has agreed to temporarily postpone beating your asses.
Whoa! Why am
she's
I
sort of-
involved in this?
Because she involved all of you.
Yeah, she just said he's not strong enough. You guys better fucking. There's no way anyone's standing a chance against me alone. You guys are gonna all do this, or someone's gonna die.
Is that a challenge?
Oh god.
Yeah, yeah. She did literally say, "When you guys are done doing whatever you're doing, face me as warriors."
Oh, Brian's gonna look at that character and be like, "Mark my words, I will beat your ass like a Cherokee drum."
God damn!
You say that
Wow.
in character?
Yeah.
Yeah!
She
Brian's not himself right
giggles.
now, okay?
She giggles.
she giggles
Oh
like,
God, she giggled. Ah!
and she leans down to meet your gaze.
I'm on a rock.
Yeah, he's like...
Yeah,
I'm like
But
30
she
feet up on
leans-
a rock, bro.
Oh,
What do you
30 feet?
Yeah,
mean?
he's
30
like
feet up.
sitting... He's sitting way up on one of the rock structures looking down at all of you.
she jumps.
Ah, that makes more sense. Yeah, that fits.
She jumps up onto the rock that you're sitting on, leans
Brian
down
And
to meet your gaze.
Brian will look her dead in the eyes, unblinking and unafraid.
Also, while you're this close to her, I'm
Oh God,
pretty
should not be
sure...
eating that.
I'm pretty sure he can see what her mouth looks like this close.
Oh, that was what I was about to say. She reaches her hand up to that metal plate that covers her mouth, and you hear a clicking noise, and then a cracking noise. And she pulls the mask away, and I will send this in again, even though I already have. As the mask reveals not a face, but rows of razor-sharp metallic teeth.
You think that's enough to scare me?
She just ripped
And
the metal off of her face. My guy.
these teeth appear to be fused into the metal, almost as if the metal itself is alive. And she says, "Oh, how I love to see you try."
Brian is gonna walk up to her, so they're almost.
You guys are both hanging off of a rock. There is no walking here.
Yeah, she is
Oh.
literally within like
Okay.
centimeters.
Yeah,
of
you
your
guys are
face.
face to face right now. If she wanted to, she could bite your face off before you moved.
Brian is just gonna keep staring her into her eyes and be like, "Well, then I guess we'll find out, won't we?"
I just need to check before
We
she
will.
murders
No,
you.
that's Romeo in that character.
Oh my god.
Can you do us a favor? Knock him out. We've been trying to catch him for the last 2 hours.
Brian's gonna
Does it,
not
does it-
even look at Solon and not break his gaze with I don't know what her name is.
Can,
the
can
Hex
you
Knight.
make me a
Yeah,
can you make
Brian,
me a
roll
dodge
the
roll real
dodge.
quick?
Oh, the dodge! Oh, fuck me. 16.
Yeah, that was a natural 20.
Ah.
Oh, fuck me!
You hear the sword clatter to the floor. You look down. You look back up. Her fist is over the top of your head. You feel a bonking.
He just slides off the rock.
He just like slowly slides off the rock and hits the ground.
What is
Thank
up with
you,
my
ma'am.
D&D character slowly sliding off of this? First it was a tree, and now it's a rock.
It's fine.
Hey,
Oh yeah.
what can we say? You're not good at rolling. You're good at falling.
I fall with
It's falling with
style.
style, okay?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So yeah, Brian is unconscious on the floor, and the ground trembles as she leaps back to the center of the room.
She will walk to the center and plant the sword in the ground before sitting, Dark Soul style, on the floor. Don't keep me waiting.
Very well. We won't. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am.
We
Anything
are
for you.
going.
Absolutely. Wouldn't dream of it.
Thank you for the help. Grabs Brian by the collar and just starts
Picks him up.
dragging him back into the house.
Like face down on the rock, just dragging him slowly.
Yeah.
We need to
Thank
work
you.
fast, Lunala says, looking at you.
Oh, believe me, I'm on it. Pridwin's
Honestly, I
like
think we should
sprinting towards the laboratory.
Are you going back up to the Academy's lab?
Is there like an actual laboratory in the house, or is there like just the one in the academy?
I mean, you don't see like a full lab in here. You could probably, between your medical supplies and what like utensils there are in the kitchen, make something work. But it's not going to be anything near what's in the actual academy upstairs. But she also did warn you that if you leave, you're fucked.
He's going to call out to her. I'm going to need the laboratory upstairs. Is that amenable?
Before she can answer, Katya pushes herself up off of the stone with the, like the thing she's using as a makeshift cane, and she walks towards Hex. And she sits herself in front of the sword. I'll stay here. Nobody'll leave without me. Is that fair?
Apollyon.
I want her to do that.
Apollyon is on the floor.
He's crying. He's just sobbing in a puddle of tears.
No,
His
he's
ego is
SpongeBob.
completely shattered.
It's like the fucking scene from SpongeBob where he like sobs it into a pool and then it gets
No.
sucked back up.
No, he's not sobbing. He's on the floor and he's like got his head propped up on his arms and he's kicking his legs in the air.
He's just having a tantrum.
No, he's admiring.
Oh, you're doing that. Okay, I got you.
My god.
Fucking arms interlocked with your head just flipping back and forth.
Hex is going to just make direct eye contact with Katya and say, "There's an oddly familiar scent about you."
Katya just smiles. Satisfactory?
It is. It will suffice.
Katya
Nice.
looks in your direction, Pridwin, and gives you a weak smile. Hurry up.
We'll be back before you even know it.
So you guys are running back to the academy?
Yeah.
Dragging Brian with you?
I hope you know when Brian wakes up, he's gonna try his damnedest to escape.
He's gonna beat all of your asses if he wakes up. However, you guys have a few minutes, so you're sprinting towards the academy.
I also remember there's cells.
There are.
I can teleport.
Can he? What are the restrictions on that?
I was like, you can't go through
Anywhere within
objects.
100 feet.
Does it say like that you can see, or
Hold on, what was the question?
I mean, even if there is,
Ah.
I could see outside of the cell. Here, let me read it. Let me go find it real quick. There's whirlwind step. Oh gosh.
So
Teleport to a
here's
location you can see in a limited area.
here's what I will say about Whirlwind Step. If you are bound by something and you Whirlwind Step, you will still be bound wherever you relocate to.
Well, that's
Does that make
fine. I
sense?
can just, I can just
Pridwin?
get away.
Pridwin's going to toss him into that big glass, like the plastic cage.
The
Just-
glass cage doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
Y'all
Oh, never
remember
mind.
that? When the wolf jumped off the ceiling and shattered the
Right,
entire
yeah.
thing?
Yeah, I forgot about that. Pridwin's going to try and find. Are there like cells? Are there cells that aren't like barred, like they're solid walls, or at least some sort of like
No, it appears that all of them are caged. However, you do know in the ICU, all of the ICU is walled off by glass.
Okay, he's going to take him to the one of the ICU cells.
Okay.
And then he's going to say, I need you guys to drape anything that can obstruct vision on the other side. Just to make sure he can't teleport anywhere.
Obstruct vision? I can do that.
If you could just hang rags or something, that should be enough.
Or you could swallow him in shadow, you know, Liam says to you.
My only concern with that is it might have a time limit. Unless you can sustain it for hours.
Don't you have some sort of shackle ability, Lunala says to you?
Yes.
That just sounds kinky.
Hold on. Well, he is making.
This is Apollyon we're talking about.
Ah, fair.
Yeah. Let me
Probably into it.
go through my...
Kinky is Apollyon's middle name.
Either way, while that's happening, you guys are going to put him in one of the cells. What else are you doing?
Pridwin's just giving out orders, like trying to get everybody to like gather whatever materials he thinks he'll need for getting this started.
I mean, so you're in the lab. You have the vial. What exactly is your process?
So he's going to start using like he's going to try and see if there's any equipment that looks like it could be used specifically for synthesizing.
So you see a lot of familiar looking equipment in here. Some of it's not, but a lot of it is. You think you can make your way around between you and Minerva, but you only have enough in the vial to try maybe 4 times. So if you mess up 4 times, you're out.
So yeah, his first thing is he's going to try and figure out what this is actually made out of. So he's going to try and find some sort of like any sort of equipment that's actually used for breaking up and looking at samples.
Yeah, so you've got plenty of microscopes around. You've got definitely some things that could separate with motion.
Yeah, so he's going to take a small sample of the liquid in the vial and try and start breaking it down to its base components.
Roll.
Medicine?
Yeah.
Thank God.
You know what I just realized? In the last 2 sessions, Brian has been infected with both the Black Death and the Beast Curse. It just ain't his week.
Yeah.
Did we cure the Black Death?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes.
did it.
I don't remember us
we
curing
did.
that
Yeah.
one.
There were all of you that were infected with something got cured.
Okay.
Alright, so that was 18 for my first roll.
Okay. So you are doing your best to break it down into its components, and you're seeing that a portion of the stuff in this vial is antibodies from blood.
Solon, I need your blood.
Solon literally like on the other half of the compound. Huh?
Huh? What? Why?
Solon! Solon, get over here!
Okay. Why do you need blood?
I need to give you the suck.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
Whoa!
What?
Hold on!
You
Wait
and
a
I
minute.
aren't like that, buddy.
He pulls out
Eh,
comically large needle. Just a little suck. Please.
Solon holds out his prosthetic arm. Go for it.
Are you fucking stupid? He's going to grab your prosthetic arm and he's gonna try and jab you where there's actually skin.
All the way up at my shoulder.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and grab you and get to your shoulder.
Literally stabs a needle into your shoulder in this half frantic, like his hair going everywhere, kind of crazed scientist look.
I felt worse.
Don't make those noises.
It's like grating against bone.
And Pridwin's going to immediately try and he's going to try and like just put it under a microscope and get like a look at whether or not the antibodies match the ones that are inside of the vial.
So you start trying to compare the blood. It's a little hard to tell because there's other stuff mixed in with it, but it appears that Solon's blood is a match to whatever is in that.
Holy shit, you weren't lying.
Solon's shoulder bleeding profusely.
It wasn't how could I lie? It was a theory. I wasn't sure.
Thank the gods you're actually immune. I'm gonna need a lot of your blood.
Dude,
Literally
is it
pouring out
about
of
to
his shoulder.
explode?
Gonna get drained dry like a vampire.
Meanwhile,
I can help you.
while you're shouting that, Apollyon, Brian is in one of the ICU cages. You can't see him, but he's in there, and he starts to wake up.
Can I cast darkness on him?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna cast
Before
darkness on
Apollyon
him.
has the chance, Brian's gonna cast Whirlwind Step.
You cannot. There's nowhere for you to go.
What? There's nowhere for me to go.
They
Can I
have
go up?
blocked your cell.
Up.
So you can only jump to a place you can see. So you could jump to the other side of your cell. That's about it. You're in about
Okay.
a 20-foot by 10-foot box.
Okay, 20 by 10 foot. Okay. He's going to. So I'm in a box, right? If I summon Acid Rain, could I summon that on the outside of the box?
We're gonna take the cloth down. It's just gonna be bone.
Has to be where you can see it.
Has to be where I can see it. Fuck. Okay.
I'm casting darkness on him.
The room is
You've run
also
out of
getting
time.
very, very dark. But you can hear Apollyon murmuring from somewhere beyond the cloth that's blocking your view of the cell. If you wanted to try and convince him.
Can I roll charisma or persuasion?
I mean, you can't. I don't allow players to roll charisma checks on other players. You can try to convince him, though.
Apollyon, how would you feel if someone just stuffed you in a box, free from or against your own will, to try?
Imagine
and
if someone just stuffed you. What?
in a box. I got stuffed in a box like a stray cat.
Ah, I did that once.
Yes, I know. You were that. How did you like it? I am going to beat each and every one of yours asses until there is nothing left.
Uh-huh.
Wow, he's angry, Imani says from somewhere outside.
I know.
He's never been like
Maybe not
this
Imani.
before.
Really? I couldn't tell.
He's
I know I'm
actually
not
really
feeling
sweet when you get to know him.
me. Sweet, never. No, I am the architect of destruction. I am danger.
That's how you know he's sick.
No. Yeah. Not doing too well. I'm gonna keep this up for a while.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Prupin is draining Solon.
Yeah, he's got like several IV bags set up.
Hooked up
and
to
he's
the
just
table,
siphoning
got him
Solon
upside
into
down.
his brain.
It just like bleeding a
Just like
deer.
some-
Oh, you're drinking.
This is the gesture at this point.
So have you ever heard of exsanguination before?
Oh my Pridwin, you're also noticing there's a different shade of what looks like blood involved.
Oh no.
Oh? Does it appear demonic in nature?
No.
Oh?
Oh, I have an idea. Can we go back to
I mean,
To Brian
Pridwin's
real quick.
eviscerated a witch before. Does it look like witch blood?
Uh-huh.
What?
Oh, boy.
There's this certain sweetness to a witch's blood. It kind of has a different scent, a different flavor, if you will.
Lunala, I'm gonna need your help.
Lunala
Has anyone taken
comes
notice of
into the
this
lab.
Sees me hanging by meat hooks.
Absolutely not. She says and turns around.
Lunala, I'm very sorry.
I'm
but
not just kidding.
I need your blood.
She
I
looks
promise
at
I'll give
Solon
it back.
very uncomfortably. Lunala unhappily sits.
Pridwin is also going to be providing healing water to them so that they can keep their blood levels
God
up.
damn,
They're
Cat.
just doing like chug, chug, chug as they dip like a red solo cup into the healing water and drink more as their blood's just draining out of them. Polyan, what were you saying?
Irrelevant to the situation, but he would have taken notice of Solon's clothing.
Yeah, all of you would see Solon is wearing something that looks suspiciously like something you fought shortly ago.
Is that? Were you the one who skinned him?
No.
No!
No.
ADM, hypothetical question. How much damage does a grenade do to oneself?
To oneself? A lot!
Oneself from the other end of a cell?
In a small enclosed space? A lot.
To be fair, the fragmentation isn't just the only thing you need to worry about at that point.
Okay, then let me ask a second question. Would Brian be able to transform part of his self and break the glass?
You could try.
He's gonna try.
Roll an attack roll for me.
Okay. Oh, where's my dice? Go.
Didn't they bind him?
Apollyon cast darkness.
That's a nat 20, baby. Let's go.
Oh god.
Brian, you're not
Maybe
sure where the glass
hold on.
is, but you transform part of your arm.
I should mention the
I mean, Brian can just walk in one direction until he finds the glass.
I mean, I
and then
guess.
whack.
Apollyon, what were you saying?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but one of the rules in darkness is that he has disadvantage on attack rolls.
I
Oh,
forgot
no.
about that.
But it's a nat 20. It's a nat 20.
It doesn't
Doesn't
matter
matter.
if it's a
That's
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
That's the point of disadvantage.
Yeah.
God, fucking
You have to roll twice,
diggity.
take the lowest one.
I'm gonna punch Pridwin in the jaw.
Why Pridwin? What did he do?
What did I do?
I rolled a 1. Fuck.
This is for your
I
own
love
good.
life. Also, Pridwin, you slapped Brian. What do you think he wants to punch you
For
for?
your own good.
Oh my
you
god.
slapped him and then called him an idiot.
I mean, you did play in the tetanus pit.
He thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, so with that nat one, what basically happens is you transform your arm, you go to, you find the glass, scream! You
I
find the
thought that
glass.
was Brian for a second. I'm being 100% honest.
It's me in my brain right now just going, ah!
Brian's utter despair.
Just screaming
damn
from
it.
the cell. So you walk up with your arm transform, you find the glass finally, you go back to swing, and it's basically the thickness of bulletproof glass. Your swing rebounds off of it, and you smack yourself in the face. You take 15 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Oh, mother!
You are now bleeding as well, and you can't see anything.
Is there anything that's not like nailed down in this cell?
Yeah, there's a bed in there, like a rolly hospital bed.
It's awfully dark.
Yeah, you can't see
Brian's
shit.
Brian's gonna have a bad idea.
Oh no.
No.
'Cause I have about 200 health, so it's fine.
Oh my god.
205 actually. Okay. Brian is going to take. Does he still have his albino possum?
Yes.
Okay, he's going to take all of the wine out of it, start smashing the bottles, because wine is flammable, isn't it?
Oh no.
Isn't wine flammable? And then he's going to set it on fire.
Question. Are you sure you want to do that?
Oh yeah, the smoke would
literally,
doesn't
the
know right
bodies in the cell with you died because they inhaled too much smoke. So, I mean, are you sure you want to do that?
No, never mind.
I'd imagine
Also,
you're
that's a lot of
still-
blind waste.
You're still enough of yourself to understand the consequences of danger.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
so much that
that's probably what stops him.
you don't have an inhibition to getting, like, hurt. That's not the issue here. The issue is just that you're really fucking angry.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're in
then-
early stages.
And since Brian is still in the early stages, he's just gonna sit on the bed very angrily after like punching in the walls and yelling at Apollyon to let him the fuck out.
Yeah, so Apollyon, you just hear him beating the fuck out of the walls and screaming in anguish. Amani is looking
Like that.
less and less okay with the situation. I can't just leave him in there. Let me let him out. Let me just. She reaches for the door.
No.
Listen to him, Apollyon.
He's going to hurt you if you go in there. It's not worth it.
He's dying in there. He's alone in the dark. He's in
Can
agony.
I get down now?
This is for his own good.
Apollyon, Amani, please let me out of here!
Amani is trying to beg with Apollyon. Meanwhile, Pridwin, you have obtained a decent amount of blood from your wife and Solon.
Once he has enough that he thinks he can use it for synthesis, he's going to look back and try and break down the rest. Does it seem like it's just antibodies suspended in like a preservative, or
There's
is
something
it
else
like...
in there. And you've been trying to figure out what exactly it is.
Medicine?
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were saying, is it medicine? I'm like, what do you mean?
Oh my god!
Tylenol.
It's Benadryl!
It's fucking Benadryl, bro!
It's ibuprofen!
Oh my god! Natural 20!
Holy fuck.
Holy shit.
Okay, the only reason you know what this is because you used it in one of the cures earlier. You were looking through a bunch of stuff, and you saw herbs and flowers. You remember seeing nightshade among them. Nightshade is usually a poison. However,
Ah.
you
In the right
recognize the
dosages.
smell.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty sure Nightshade is involved in whatever this substance is.
Is he able to tell if there are any other compounds?
Yes, with that nat 20. You also can tell that there is... Oh god, why is my brain blanking on what the fuck it's called? Fuck.
Is it asparagus?
No, it is not asparagus.
Oh.
Shit.
Oh?
I can't remember what it's called. Give me 3 seconds.
I have to put some Pepto-Bismol in the fucking... medicine.
I buy in bulk.
Give me a second. My brain just literally just fucking gave up on existence.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Lavender! Fuck me!
Lavender!
Yeah, I totally forgot what that was.
Wow.
One of my favorite flowers too. It's also lavender, and you're thinking between the nightshade and lavender, that's where it gets its purple color from.
Liam, I need your help!
Liam comes like around the corner. He does not look comfortable with any he doesn't want to be in the lab at all. You noticed that the first time you were here when you guys first explored. Like,
and he sees 2 people getting their blood drained
he
after him
is
calling
like
for their
he
help.
takes a half a step in and looks like he's about to have like war flashbacks. He's not okay. He just puts a hand to his head, his eyes wide, and he slowly steps back out of the room.
Liam, I just need you to get me lavender and nightshade.
I can't. I can't.
Go get my sister.
Minerva's in the room with you.
Minerva, lavender or nightshade?
Yeah, she shouts from across the room, like starting to dig through the fucking cabinets. And
Can
the
I get
herbology
down now?
book. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, once he's
Sufficiently
collected enough
drained of
blood.
blood, you can get down. You like step on the floor and immediately just fall flat on your face.
You need to take it easy. You don't have a lot of blood.
I think I'm gonna take a nap. The floor's really comfortable. Good night.
Pridwin, like,
So wait a second, did Solon just bleeding out all over the place just ruin his
Yeah.
He's just in a pool of blood face down on the floor.
Yeah.
Lunala didn't even bother getting down. She's just unconscious on the chair that you left her in.
Pridwin reaches into his
Damn.
satchel and just starts tossing candy at them. You need
Here,
to get
have
your
a
blood
herd.
sugar back up before you get up.
Solid, like,
I was
slowly,
promised
without
a
moving
A
his
Hello
face
Kitty
off the ground,
Band-Aid.
like, slowly reaches a hand and slaps it on a piece of candy and drags it back underneath of himself. Minerva comes running over with a handful of purple petals.
Pridwin will immediately get to work breaking those down. Now that he knows all of the ingredients he needs, he's just gonna try and put them together in the exact. He's going to try to replicate the exact quantities and also the exact. Basically, he's trying to get the exact same makeup. So if it's like 1/4 of each of these things,
Medicine check.
all right.
It's not that simple.
Didn't think so. That's another natural 20.
What the fuck?
What the fuck,
Oh.
You and those
Richard?
goddamn dice.
I'm a
Um,
fucking doctor.
You're right, but still, it makes me
Right.
mad. So you can tell the it's heavy on the nightshade, or heavy on the lavender, light on the nightshade. The witch's blood is about half, and the immune blood is about half. Like, it's blood heavy for sure, and you can also tell that something's been done to it. You think maybe heat. Like, really, really, really hot.
He's going to take a small batch of what he's created and apply. I'm assuming there's like a burner or something.
There are burners, but nothing seems to be getting it to the level of heat that turned this potion into what it is.
Fire! I need fire.
If somebody can watch our boy here, I can help.
Imani looks at you. I'm here. I can watch him.
No, somebody else. Liam, you watch him.
Liam is having an existential crisis in the hallway, so he's not close to you.
Okay. Who else can watch?
Did he just bring it to Apollyon?
Apollyon's busy.
Pridwin's
I
also
know.
busy.
Exactly.
Somebody coming to watch him. That isn't a money.
Let's do.
Minerva, if you could.
She just makes that sound and runs out the door.
And take
All right,
Liam with you to
not-
make sure he's alright.
She grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him through the room.
Now, whatever you do, do not listen to him. Okay, have fun. Bye.
Huh? Minerva says as you run out the room.
All
It's a
they
good
see
thing
is big
Minerva
dark
doesn't
cloud.
like Brian.
Yeah, Minerva's just listening to him yell in anguish and standing in front of Imani, who very much looks like she wants to open the door.
Remember, no matter how hard he begs, he's not allowed to have chocolate.
Ugh.
No, if someone deprived Brian of chocolate, he would actually start committing war crimes left and right. Like, with zero regard for anybody.
Brian, you notice something while you're sitting in the darkness banging on the walls. Your arms feel kind of itchy.
There's bugs under your skin.
You gonna
There are bugs under your skin. There's
wanna
bugs under
scratch
your
them?
skin.
Brian's gonna try to resist scratching them for now.
Roll a d20.
Oh no.
Would that be like a wisdom save?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 3. Or does not
Plus
have
your
high
wisdom?
Oh, give me a second. Give me a second. Plus my wisdom. Yeah, that's still a 10.
That's
He does not have high
necessarily
wisdom.
bad.
He does not have high
Brian,
wisdom.
it itches too much. You start scratching. And
How to get the
scratching. And it's weird, while you're scratching, you hear what sounds like liquid hitting the floor. But God, it itches so much.
Oh, I'm itching
And
until I'm bleeding. Oh
you're
no.
itching, and you notice that there's something weird on your arms. It feels like hair. Like your arms are like when Amani rolls over in bed next to you and gets her hair on your arms and it makes it itch. Like that's what it feels like.
Oh God, am I turning into a werewolf?
Do you like how your skin feels on your body? You don't. Why don't you
It's not my
make
fault that
it?
Brian has shit wisdom. Actually, yes it is. I'm the one who made him like that.
Come on, take off your skin.
Brian, can I roll to try and stop itching?
You can try and make another wisdom save.
I'm gonna try to make another wisdom save. Oh, this one's much better. That's a 17 plus my wisdom, 17. 24.
You stop itching your arms, and immediately the pain sets in. Your arms are
Brian,
aching and burning and itching horrendously, and it takes everything in your being to dig your claws into the bed on either side of you.
Brian's just gonna start yelling in pain.
The screams coming from the ICU are getting worse. Pridwin, Apollyon has entered the area. Apollyon,
Okay.
Solon is face down in a pool of blood on the floor, not moving. Lunal is unconscious in a chair, and Pridwin's got the real mad
I thought you
scientist
never
thing
took
going on.
Stolen.
Wait, what?
I need heat. Heat. He's
That-
like holding up
okay.
his bottle.
Apollyon's gonna snap his fingers and create so much fire.
He creates a flame of hellfire.
He's going to hold it below the beaker. I'm assuming it's a beaker.
You begin to mix the stuff underneath of the hellfire, and it starts to turn that mystical shade of shimmering purple as everything begins to break down.
Ha! And to think I almost lost my medical license.
Wait, what?
Almost lost it?
You just hear the unwrapping of candy behind you as Solon, face down, unwraps another piece of candy.
I still haven't gotten my Hello Kitty band-aid.
I have them in my bag.
You'll just have to wait.
There's Shrek 2 and there's Toy Story. You're gonna have to pick.
Pick one.
No, you have to have Moana. It plays at every doctor's office.
So you have managed to synthesize in this beaker enough for about 4 vials worth.
Apollyon. Did the gift vial come with a needle, or was it just the vial?
It was just the vial.
So that means it's probably ingested. Pridwin will portion out. Actually, he's gonna portion out some of the stuff to meet the exact quantity that was in the vial and shove it to your hand. Take it. Take it.
Okay, I'm taking it.
Apollyon, this is the worst god-awful thing you have tasted in a long time.
he tries to steel himself.
mean, it's blood and lavender and
It's bad.
poison.
Yeah.
It is
yeah.
bad.
Okay.
It's not the blood that bothers you, it's the lavender.
You somehow manage to ingest all of it. Somehow.
Whew, that was a lot. Whose blood is this again? Oh, never mind.
I have a strange feeling someone's gonna need to knock Brian out for this.
Pridwin is also immediately going to take a one himself,
That's 2 vials out of 5 that you have.
and then he's going to give one to Lunala.
Lunala takes the 3rd.
Wait,
And then
Pridwin, why
he's
did
going-
you take one when you're also immune?
Actually, he would have checked his own blood before I do that. Does his own blood contain antibodies of a similar nature?
No.
Yeah, so he would have absolutely taken the vial. And then he's going to give the 4th one. He's immediately going to say, Apollyon, I'm going to need you to get ready to drop that magic.
Okay.
And then he's going to pick Lunala up and start running towards the ICU.
Lunala is still not recovered from that. He's kind of surprised when you pick her up. Solon dragging himself like a slug towards the direction everybody's going.
And once he gets into the ICU, he's going to say, Liam, Minerva, get out of here.
What?
Out, now.
Okay, and they slowly like back out of the room.
And then he is going to run over to Amani, and he's going to offer the 4th vial.
Shouldn't we give this to somebody else?
I have 5, and I know exactly how to make more. Right now, what is important is that we have the right people to subdue him and administer what he needs.
Okay. She takes the vial from you and hesitates before drinking it.
Now, no matter what
I have a
happens,
You have a
I
question?
need you.
I have a de facto way of taking care of him, but it would probably put me out of the fight.
I have a plan, but you two are going to need to close your eyes.
Okay.
Huh?
This is gonna be
Just-
a fun experience.
Close your
This is gonna
eyes.
be a fun experience.
Force-fed purple goo.
As you guys do that, Imani pulls the cloth away and then turns her face into the crook of her arm. And Apollyon, you get ready to drop the darkness?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on just a second. I need to get
Pridwin Pridwin is also going to turn to Lunala and say, I need you to dance with me.
Okay.
What?
Lunala kind of drearily holds a hand out to him.
And he will take it, and he will prepare. He will ready in action for the moment that the darkness fades.
Brian's also gonna ready in action if he's not too busy trying not to scratch his arms.
Brian, you are also readying in action. I'm gonna need you to make a speed check against Pridwin.
Yeah.
When the
What's
Pridwin
in
does
that
have a
20?
weapon.
Oh.
That's also a natural 20.
No shit.
Oh,
I'm gonna need you to tell me what your speed is, because I get the combined speed of both my weapon and Meister.
I don't know what my speed is. Where do I check that? Oh, my speed's a 9.
Pridwin has a combined total speed, including Lunala, of 10. I beat you by 1 point.
I
One.
cannot. As you guys, as the darkness begins to fall, you see, kind of this coming at you from inside of the room, covered in fur, you can see where he has ripped the skin off of his arms. His hands have turned into claws. His eyes are wide and animalistic. He hasn't quite completely turned yet, but you get the sense that had he not been able to control himself, he would have been ripping the skin off of every part of his body, and that matted, blood-soaked fur would be everywhere on him.
Brian, as you see,
Brian's gonna look at Pridwin.
Pridwin has Lunala's hands in his, and they begin to dance this elegant, slow dance, and it's just so boring.
Brian, for a moment, is just dumbstruck by what he's witnessing. Like, what the fuck is this?
It's
Like,
enough
he's
to set
not
you off
mad.
balance.
He's not mad. He's
and
not
Prid-
bored. He is just is.
Pridwin activates Moon Waltz. I'm gonna need you to make me either a Constitution or a Wisdom saving throw. I'm not sure if I get to choose.
It's whichever he picks.
I'm gonna do Constitution.
Okay.
26.
And do I roll a competing like a wisdom
Yeah,
or like a charisma?
It would be either wisdom or charisma for you.
Yeah, I'm using charisma because I have a lot. So Pridwin's charisma on its own is 19.
God damn, dude!
So does a 41
Jesus! Fuck, bro!
Yeah,
as
he got a
Pridwin's
hit.
armor glistens under the light that Lunala radiates, and you just feel so unbelievably bored. And you gotta take a little nap. Now's a good time for a nap. You could tear everybody else apart later. And then you close your eyes.
Regardless of if my guy gets cured or not, he is punching you in the face for that slap.
By all means.
That is happening.
You
You're
close
gonna
your
get
eyes
knocked
and
in the face.
you are out for 4 rounds.
So,
Oh,
that's not a whole lot of time. 4 rounds is maybe...
It's 6 seconds per round, so that's like 20 seconds.
24 seconds. You notice as he collapses to the ground, his claws have actually made a complete, like, divot in this almost bulletproof level thickness of glass. You tell he could have very easily broken it had he had time to hit it with his full strength.
So immediately when he notices that that Brian falls asleep, he's going to immediately go into the room and try and administer the
Yeah, you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to
20
literally just
seconds,
dive
go, boy!
into the fucking room. He's gonna yell, "Everybody pile on top of him!" And then he's going to pry Brian's mouth open and administer the vial.
Oh shit.
So you pry his mouth open and dump the vial in. Brian starts trying to cough it up.
What do I need to roll to like force it down?
You're gonna need to make a strength check to hold his jaw shut.
Strength.
Counter strength
Okay.
check.
Yep.
Could I argue a medicine? Like a medicine, basically
If
get an
you
advantage.
if you can argue a medical reason, you should get it, because again, I feel like this is a strength check considering you were physically trying to hold his mouth shut so he doesn't.
So I'm asking because he doesn't really get to add anything to his medicine. I'm just asking because he is a medical professional. I would imagine he knows how to deal with struggling patients. So I'm trying to argue advantage.
That's fair. That is fair, I suppose. Brian, I will let you make a strength check, and I will let you make an advantage roll.
A total of... Oh, okay, hold on.
Wait, we both get advantage?
No, Brian gets to roll a strength check. You get an advantage roll. Because yours is a flat roll.
So he would have a 30.
44.
Ah. he fucking beat me by 1 point for something for a speed check. Oh yeah.
You manage
That was
to
fucking
force his
awesome.
mouth shut several times. You think he's going to manage to expel the liquid all over you, but he doesn't.
Brian, if you swallow, I'll let you punch me.
With those words said, Brian just immediately swallows.
Brian, it is god awful, but you like take it like a champ.
Play off of his hate.
Yeah.
Well,
Anakin, you were my brother.
All of you are piled on top of him, and you wait.
Wow, Pridwin, I can't believe you got him to swallow your goo.
Please shut the fuck
I'm
up.
imagining you two are like on top of each other trying to hold him down. Your faces are like inches from each other, and Pridwood just slowly turns to look at Apollyon.
There's just this look of genuine sorrow in his eyes.
By this point, Solon has managed to drag himself on all fours into the room. You hear the unwrapping of candy from somewhere at the other side of the room.
He just like slowly inches over and then brings up a shaky hand and like slaps it on top of Brian.
It's like on his foot.
Before Brian
helping.
administers the thing, can he just yeet Apollyon for that comment? Just like throw him.
Yeah, so here's what happens. Brian's eyes open. He is no longer bored. He's swallowed the liquid. But the moment his eyes open, he wrenches his arm that Apollyon is holding and hurls him across the room. And begins to try to stand up from underneath all of you.
Pridwin's going to keep trying to keep him restrained.
Since Pridwin said Brian could punch him, Brian is gonna sock him in the face.
Does he look like he's returning to normal at all, or is he still...
You notice the fur in the gouges on his arm seems to be receding. However, as it does, his bleeding begins to get worse. And all of the gouges he has torn into his arms and his sides, as they return to human, they become enormous tears.
Oh dear. Immediately Pridwin is going to try and administer healing water.
You're gonna try to do that, but Brian's gonna punch you in the face first.
Oh boy.
Because Brian's arm is now free. So the next thing he's going to do as you're assessing all of these things is he is going to sock you directly in the face.
Fair enough.
And now, has Brian returned to his natural state?
You are starting to get your faculties back, and you're starting to realize how much everything hurts, and you're starting to realize that you're not angry anymore. You're kind of a little bit scared.
Brian is just gonna sit back down, close his eyes, and just take deep breaths in and out to try and calm himself down.
Pridwin you will hear the sound of liquid sloshing.
You dig your claws into your hair, taking deep breaths, and your claws slowly recede into fingernails. You still feel blood leaking heavily from all over your body, and you begin to feel something splash on you, but it burns.
Ow, 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 what the fuck?
Sorry, I was going to let you drink that.
God, yeah, but can I punch him in the face again? Fucking hell.
No!
Every time.
No!
You got your one free hit,
Fair enough.
and that was an accident.
God.
I don't think slapping me was an accident, but okay.
Slapping was absolutely intentional.
So was that punch.
Then where you...
Brian is gonna cast. 1 second.
That's a fun spell.
Yeah, no, he's gonna cast. What is it? Healing.
Healing ray.
It's something. Tears of the Pacifist.
I couldn't remember what I named it. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what you named it either. It was like shit.
So you guys, as you're sitting there and Brian is taking these deep breaths and shaking and blood is beginning to fill the floor of this not very big room, you hear a soft rumble above your heads. You notice that instead of the ceiling, you see clouds. And then it begins to rain. And you all are sitting in, it's a very refreshing rain. It's one of those rains where it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's pleasant and perfect to sit in.
Pridwin will hold out a hand towards Brian.
I mean, is everyone still on top of him?
No, you've managed to
No.
get out from under them.
Yeah, Pridwin would have
Brian is
immediately
gonna
gotten
grab
off of you.
Pridwin's hand and start trying to stand up.
He'll help you up to your feet.
Sorry about that. Don't know what came over me.
It's all right.
Actually, does Brian even remember any of that?
You do. You remember every painful detail, as though you were watching it happen from outside your own body.
Brian is gonna cringe for a second, but then he's gonna return to normal. It's like a blink of an eye type of thing. Like for 1 second you see him just go, "Ew," and then the next he's back to normal, saying, "Thank you for helping me. Sorry I was such a pain in the ass."
It's all right. I know you weren't yourself. You're not you when you're hungry.
Help me, God, if you pull out a Snickers, I might just laugh by myself.
He pulls out a strawberry candy and offers it to you.
Close enough. Brian takes the candy, and you hear the sound of a candy wrapper opening, and he pops it into his mouth.
By the by, I'm gonna need a little bit of your blood. So, theoretically, since this is a vaccination, the purpose is to make it so that our bodies produce the antibodies which counteract this disease. So, now that you have been administered the cure, I'm gonna need some of those antibodies.
Brian is gonna roll 1 step away.
There's only so much blood that I can have access to.
He's just gonna run away from Pridwin.
Brian's across the room from you within, like, seconds.
If you won't, then I suppose I'll have to use someone else's.
Not again. Lunala says
Brian
looking
is
at you.
gonna.
You
Brian's
and
gonna
Solon
roll
have
1
already
step, grab
donated more
Amadi,
than
and roll
enough.
1 step away again.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of blood on the floor.
Exactly. Use that blood.
That's not clean.
Fine. I guess since I was such a pain, I'll let you take some of my blood. How much do you need? Brian says, holding out his wrist.
Let's see. I took probably about I think with the act of replenishing it, I took about a pint from both Solon and Lunala, and that was enough to make 4.
Correct.
So you're probably going to be in a similar state to them, but I should be able to make 2 more, which would be, let's see. So Liam and Minerva still need bottles. Katya still needs 1. And Apollyon's shadow is also going to need 1.
Yes.
Am I forgetting anyone else?
You haven't seen Silva and Varuna around.
Silva and Varuna, they're gonna need 2.
You just, with every name you list off, you see Brian get a little bit paler.
That comes out to 6, and you've already lost a little bit of blood, so...
You're just gonna take a little nap. Just a little nap.
And was there anyone else? Well, I do know how to make the curative. I've got that down in my journal. He taps his medical journal. So I suppose if we do need to make any more in the future, we simply need to make sure we have access to the herbs.
So?
So,
So,
Predwin's probably going to gather the remaining immunized individuals. He's probably not going to use Apollyon's blood, but he's probably
idea.
going to, just in case. He doesn't really know how transfusing demon blood is gonna work. He knows which blood will work just fine, but he's a little concerned about the possible consequences there. So he's probably going to use Brian and Amani's blood to make 4 more.
I won't make you roll for it. You managed to make 4 more vials with what's left in it, but you notice after that you are completely out of Nightshade.
Oh dear. That's going to be enough for Cartier, Liam, Minerva, and then one of the twins.
So we know the cure works. Now the question is, how far along in this disease does it work for?
Well, Brian... If anything, Brian got infected rather fast. Like, the king went for a few days. Several other people lasted typically several days.
They said anywhere from 1 to 3 days when we were at the bear's place.
Yes, but this was a mere matter of hours.
Maybe it
Perhaps
was
he was already
who he got infected by?
I wonder who he could have... Did you get a look at the body which inflicted that gash?
Brian, having lost a decent amount of blood, is gonna be like, nope, no idea.
Roll a memory check, maybe?
He's gonna try to roll a memory check.
Roll. At disadvantage.
Oh no.
I mean, I rolled a nat 1 anyways, so.
You know, you
Fredwin...
really can't remember for the life of you what the dude looked like. You don't even remember if it was a dude. You just remember being under a bunch of corpses. It was not a good experience.
Fredwin was the one who pulled him out of the pile. Could he maybe make a check?
I mean, you pulled him out of a pile of corpses. It was a lot of corpses. There was a lot going on there.
But
Brian's
maybe...
gonna-
You would not have been able to pinpoint one when you were not looking for it to begin
Fair
with.
enough. It's...
Brian is just gonna look at Pridwin and go, let me get a little sleep in and see if I remember tomorrow.
Fair
Does
enough.
anyone have some chocolate?
Solon slowly sliding one of the candy wrappers towards
No.
him.
Mine.
I earned this. I suffered for this.
I suffered too, you little fuck.
Hey, you're the one who decided that necrophilia was a cool idea.
I'm just imagining them
was
both
trying
laying
to
face
get
down on the
armor
floor.
to sell.
Yeah, they're both talking through the floor.
Completely face down on the floor in a pool of blood, grumbling these things back and forth at each other.
It just sounds like.
Incredible. Lunala's gonna put a hand on your arm and look at you worriedly. I don't like leaving Cat with that thing.
Indeed. We should probably go return. Perhaps we can bargain a little bit of rest before...
I wouldn't count on it. We've asked her to wait once.
To be fair, she might want us at our best.
True. I fear that she won't keep her end of the bargain, though.
About not killing us?
She nods. Even if she doesn't mean to, have you seen her? One hit in the wrong place, she could sever one of us in half. This isn't just gonna be some little matchup for fun. I think she could wipe the floor with all of us.
Possibly. But
We could just create an elaborate escape.
I mean, she has been able to track us down several times. Are you sure you want to deal with the consequences if she finds us after running?
And she's not bound to the rules of this land.
She'd chase us to the ends of the earth.
And she swore she'd kill all of us if we ran.
That's
Brian is gonna mumble from the floor and hold up a hand as in to, like, make a point. I still plan to beat her ass, so just give me 5.
You know, I thought it was the disease talking, but now I'm genuinely concerned you think that you could handle her.
Oh, I know I can't by myself, but that's why we have all of us.
Just don't go trying to challenge her alone.
I will not. She has a rusty blade. I would like to not get tetanus.
Actually, that brings me to the question. Have you ever received a vaccination for tetanus?
Brian is gonna whirlwind step out of the building.
You can only whirl one step to where you can see, but...
Brian is gonna whirlwind step to the door, open the door, out.
The vaccinations exist?
Oh god.
Pridwin's head slowly turns towards Apollyon.
Have they cured smallpox yet?
Oh, Jesus Christ! I still
Last time
thought
I
the
checked,
bubonic plague was a normal thing.
Wait, you guys can treat tetanus?
You guys have a cure for scurvy?
Leprosy's still a thing? What?
Splinters aren't fatal?
Hold on, I've got some leeches around here somewhere.
Yeah.
They still use those too.
You guys are walking back down, and you come back to the big cavernous room, and you see Hex and Cat sitting in the same spots they were. The only difference is that Cat doesn't have the splint on anymore.
Oh.
She's sitting cross-legged on one side of the sword, Hex sitting on the other side of the sword, looking at each other.
Hex kind of tilts her head towards the group and says, "You all look like you've walked through hell."
Apollyon's like, trust me, I would have known if I went home.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose that means you're hoping for some rest.
What's it gonna cost us? Lunala says to her.
I expect no prize. However, I am going to watch you all. No harm will come to you, so long as you are resting. I'll make sure of that.
Ooh.
You all look at each other uneasily. She's given you the chance to recuperate before this fight. Is there anything any of you would like to do?
Let me think. Apollon's sake. Actually, he's mostly just thinking about the information he learned earlier.
That's fine. I mean, if there's any conversations you want to have with anybody.
Pridwin will step over to Kat and ask, "Are you all right?"
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
She stretches her leg out in front of him, flexes it a couple times. It stopped hurting a little bit ago.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't broken.
That's good.
Pridwin, it was definitely broken.
Yeah. He gives her a look like, I know that's not true, but he's not pressing the issue.
So, did you figure out what was wrong with Brian?
I suppose some of the corpses in there are infected with that curse.
You mean the one with the mushrooms on him?
They had fungal growths.
She nods. Yeah, it looked kind of like the ones in the village when we passed through it earlier. I thought maybe you could eat them, but she shakes her head. They were kind of gross.
He face palms, and then he looks up and says, "You didn't try to eat any, did you?"
No. I thought about it, but I didn't.
That's good. Like I said, they have the curse on them. I managed to find a way to replicate that cure we found, though.
That's good.
It does take a lot of blood.
Did everybody get some?
Almost. I was able to give everybody upstairs theirs. Also, Pridwin would have given the cures to Liam and Minerva.
They would have taken it.
And then he pulls out another vial and says, "This one's for you. It's a little gross, but..."
She immediately wrinkles her nose at the smell.
He pulls out a candy. This helps get rid of the aftertaste.
She frowns.
Trust me, it's a lot better than turning into a monster.
Fine. And she opens it, makes the mistake of smelling it, cringes violently, and then shotguns it. Yeah, then immediately puts the candy in.
He pats her on the back.
Her eyes, like, twitching and watering.
Fortunately, we'll never have to take that again.
Better not.
It's a vaccine. It should allow our bodies to naturally produce the stuff that makes us immune to the disease.
She nods a little. You should probably go get some rest.
Yes, everyone should. Pridwin looks down at the last vial and he says, "You haven't seen Silva and Varuna anywhere, have you?"
She shakes her head no. They haven't been with us in a long time.
Where were they last? I'm pretty sure...
In the village.
I hope they're alright.
They're probably fine.
It's just, if they caught anything, we wouldn't have a way of helping them.
They'll be fine.
If you insist.
You turn back for wherever you're gonna go rest.
Yeah, Hex will literally be like right behind them, following them to wherever they're going.
As Hex passes, Katya is still standing there, and there's this darkness that comes over her face for a moment.
Hex looks down at her.
Katya makes eye contact with her but doesn't say anything.
If you wish to speak, I recommend you open your mouth now.
Katya's eyes fall back to the floor.
There's nothing to fear. Not yet.
Katya doesn't say anything, just lets the rest of them go inside, but she stops Pridwin.
Pridwin will step aside. Is something the matter?
She's gonna kill us, you know.
What do you mean?
I I know her kind. Her eyes have shifted. She's not gonna let you live. Narcissa's color fades out of Katya's eyes and she walks inside.
Pridwin will continue.
You all go inside to rest. Again, is there anything anyone wants to do?
Pridwin's just gonna probably focus on making sure everybody's healed up and set up for a good rest.
Mm-hmm. Apollyon's looking at the letters that Lunala gave him. He has like a visible, sort of conflicted smile on his face.
Polyon's reading. Brian, are you just crashing?
Oh yeah, no, Brian's out.
Brian and Amani are curled up on one of the sofas, out. Solon, is there anything you were doing during the long rest?
Sleeping.
Solon's unconscious. Pridwin, once you've checked up on everybody. Apollyon, did you want to say something?
Yes. Just so everyone knows, it was me who skinned Yura.
I had a feeling. Well, actually, it wasn't a feeling. It was Solon outright telling me.
And I dug up the grave.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, they said that that guy was your ancestor, right? Kat says, looking at you. I thought maybe his weapon form would be in there. But it was empty. Sorry.
I appreciate the thought. I take out the plastic bag of the shards. I've already got it.
I'm already way ahead of you.
Way ahead of you.
Apollyon and Solon causing mischief. Also,
Katya's eyes widen for a second, as if she remembers something. Oh, I need to go take care of something. And she gets up.
Don't die.
The
Uncle
concern.
Fredwin, I need to borrow your weapon.
Oh. All right. If you need me for something,
She just holds out her hand.
he will hold out his and take it.
Once you're in her hand, you feel yourself morphing not toward the shield.
Oh.
She is trying to draw your dagger out.
May I ask why?
It needs to be done.
Fredwin seems visibly uncomfortable. But can you give me a reason why?
The wolf left people behind. But they're not really people anymore. It's not fair to leave them down here.
The ones on the other end of the shore.
She nods.
Katya, you shouldn't have to worry yourself with that.
Nobody else should have to do it.
Then let me do it.
But you're a doctor. You do no harm. Unless somebody else is wielding you.
That's not how that works, Katya. Through inaction, I would be allowing harm regardless. But that is the one oath I have already broken many times. If blood needs to stain these hands, then it should only stain these hands alone. No need to get yours any more stained than they already are.
I can handle it, she says, walking, still trying to draw your dagger form out.
He's following her, but still holding back. Katya, I'm telling you, this isn't necessary.
They aren't people anymore.
I understand and I agree with you, but you
I'm
don't
not a
have
little kid, Uncle Pridwin. We just talked about this.
precisely. Then you should understand that this isn't necessary. I'm not trying to shield you, Katya. You know this is going to happen regardless. I'm trying to be a friend. Not
It's either
your
me
parent.
or Lunala that goes with you. Do you think she needs to see this?
He looks over to her. I'm sure I can do it myself.
She frowns. We don't do things alone. That's the rule.
Katya, they're frail. There's no risk to my life.
How do you know? What if they're not?
If you feel it necessary, you could stay in the vicinity. If I call for help, you can come.
Okay. She lets go of your hand. She walks you to the edge and stops where the rocks begin. I at least wanted to do something with you, in case we don't walk out of here.
Oh? And what would that be?
Use you again. Just once.
You don't need to have a target.
It's not as fun without one.
And perhaps we can set up a dummy or something.
She
Or-
shakes her head, pushing you towards the shoreline. Go on.
And trust me, these people wouldn't be fun. This isn't going to be fun.
She leans against the rock wall at the edge, crossing her arms. In the distance, you hear giggling and crying.
He gives Katya a nod and he's going to dive into the water.
You dive into the water and you start swimming in the direction of the sound. You get closer to it, and you begin to make out shapes on the shoreline.
He's gonna head to the shore.
You get about a foot away from the shore and immediately hands start grabbing at you, pulling you. You
He's-
hear voices
Oh god,
from
the
every
invisible
direction.
hands again.
Have you seen him? Have you seen the Mad King?
I have.
He's everywhere, all at once, all the time. He's inside of all of us.
He is no more.
No, he never sleeps, never stops. He's always here. He'll be a part of us forever. He's never going to die.
He will.
You
If
feel
he's
the
not-
hands pulling at you, trying to rend your armor away from you. And as you're shifting in the grass, being pulled by dozens of these creatures, you get a look at one of their faces and you can see the deep gouges where eyes used to be, skin stained by a lack of sunlight for years on end.
He cannot hurt you. Not anymore.
Hurt us.
It's almost...
He didn't hurt us. He took away the pain we can't see anymore. We can't see the terrors. We can't see that they're not real. He saved us, one voice says.
Pridwin is going to ready his wrist blade and say, "It's almost over."
The laughter is so loud you can barely hear yourself think, much less speak. It's dozens of voices, predominantly female. You tell there are a lot of young women and children amongst this group.
And he can't see any way to help them.
All of them appear to be chained by the neck to the stone. All of them are missing their eyes, and most of them are crazed, laughing and crying, gripping at you but not seeming to try to hurt you. It appears that most semblances of sanity have been rended from them.
Here's what he's gonna do. There is a certain thing he can do which requires no stat requirements. Something that'll make this quick. Where normally it would be a roar that would come from his throat, instead it is a whisper. Rest. And he's gonna cast Deafening Roar.
The vibration, instead of one violent clashing, it's as though the whisper is one single flat wave that bursts from around you, and it pierces, almost like an arrow would. All of a sudden, after that wave passes through everything around you, it's horrendously silent. All except for soft, sharp, heavy breathing, panicked, somewhere in the shadows to your left.
He's going to activate his light.
You do so. You step ever so carefully over the pale, awful bodies. You can see that they've been devouring each other to stay alive. And off in the corner, with a chain looking new and shiny, there's a tiny figure huddled in the corner, trying to be quiet, but the scared little gasps echo every once in a while.
Are you okay?
No, don't hurt me! It scrabbles further into the corner, clawing. You can see claws rending sparks as they scratch across the stone.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
You see what appears to be a tiny little bird. The claws are talons on her fingers. She's half humanoid, but you can see the feathers sticking out of her hair, around her neck and her joints. And as she turns to look at you, you can see she's missing both of her eyes. They've been freshly torn out. The blood is still oozing from them.
He did this to you, didn't he?
She nods. You get the sense she's maybe 7, 8 years old.
I'm very sorry. He won't be able to do it to anyone else. Not anymore.
But they said that he doesn't die, that he's gonna live forever, and he's inside of all of us.
They didn't see him. They don't know. Couldn't know. We killed him.
You see tears leaking from the place her eyes should be.
I don't think I can bring your sight back, but I can help you.
She just sits there shivering, her arms wrapped around her knees.
I'm going to remove that chain.
You take a step towards her. The chain is thick, but it's extremely tight on her neck. It's actually chafed and bleeding near the back at its tightest.
Does there appear to be some sort of lock or mechanism that he'd be able to remove?
It's like a shackle, so there's a pin through the back of it, kind of, that's keeping it in place.
He's gonna try and just break the pin out, just force it out.
You go to move it, and she yelps in pain.
Is there any way he'd be able to do that without jostling her?
You could try and get it off the wall.
I think he's gonna try and cut the chain, basically. So the shackle will probably still be around her neck, but
Okay.
if that's the only way he can get her detached from the wall, then that'll be what he does.
At the moment, that seems like your best course of action. It's dark over here, even with your light, and you are drenched in blood, and it's tight.
One of my friends might be able to remove the shackle, but I can at least get you off the wall.
There's a wall? She says, sounding confused.
Well, there's something you have to be shackled to.
I don't even know where I am.
It's not a good place, but I'll make sure that I bring you to a better one.
It's a thick chain. What are you gonna do to cut it?
I mean, I know he doesn't really have this in his kit, but Minerva does.
Mm-hmm.
And Pridwin can produce water, so I'm wondering if he can, like, water jet. Like, force water through, like, the point of his claw.
I would say for roleplay purposes, yes, you can't use it as an attack.
Yeah. Like, he's able to create a small enough concentrated point that it can be used as a tool.
You can make the argument that you can, utilize that.
And he's going to just cut, like, as close. Basically, he's just going to remove the shackle that's closest to the neck.
You find it extremely difficult because the child is having trouble keeping still. But you manage to get through it with minimal damage to her.
Are you thirsty or hungry at all?
She nods violently. I didn't want to eat the people. They told me I had to eat the people, but I didn't want to.
It's good that you did. He's going to make healing water and offer it to her, gently making sure that she can...
like, inhales it. She drinks it down so fast you think it's ripping her throat. Like, it's violent.
He's going to try and hold back to get her to pace herself. If you haven't drank in a long time, you need to take it easy. You're gonna hurt yourself.
She finishes it.
And then he's going to pull some of his rations out and offer them to her.
She sniffs at it, not able to see, but the second it touches her hand, she devours it. Like, in one go. She looks extremely malnourished. You're not sure how long she's been down here, but it's long enough.
Do you know how to swim?
She shakes her head no.
Here. I can help you. Actually, it would probably be easier to just use water walk.
I was gonna say, you can walk on water, but I mean, go ahead and dunk the small child into the lake, it's fine.
So he's going to just
increase her terror substantially. It's cool.
Here, follow me. He's going to try and help her up.
You say follow you, and she immediately, like, clings to your arm in terror.
Would you feel better if I carried you?
She nods.
He'll pick her up.
She's a tiny little thing. She barely weighs anything. It's like you're picking up a toy.
And he will activate his water walking ability just on himself and walk across with his light on.
You do so. There's nothing in the lake, so you don't have any trouble getting back. Katya is still leaning against the wall, waiting.
And he'll approach.
Katya looks
someone-
up at you.
There was someone new there.
Katya frowns.
She couldn't have been here longer than a few weeks at most.
She looks awful.
I'm going to do what I can to help her. Do you know where we left? Do you remember where we left him?
She looks confused.
He gestures to the empty eye sockets.
Katya shakes her head.
When Yuri died, they all just disappeared.
I guess there's no getting them back.
Here,
At least
Kat says, and she focused rips the bottom edge of her yellow hoodie. Walks up to the small child you're holding and beckons you down.
he will kneel down.
She fashions a sort of bandana from the wrappings of the bottom of her hoodie. Ties it over the girl's eyes.
This is my friend Katya. What's your name?
The little girl shakes her head.
Do you not feel comfortable telling us?
I don't remember.
I'm very sorry. Is there a name you want to be called?
Her head tilts. She seems confused by this.
When someone doesn't have a name, sometimes they'll pick one for themselves.
She thinks really hard. As she thinks, she makes a sort of chirping sound. Like birds do. She shakes her head, looking just as confused.
They said we were all one, and our names didn't matter anymore.
Well, they were wrong. You're you. And your name does matter.
Now she looks sad.
Whichever one it may be. Maybe you've lost the one you once had, but a new one can be just as important. Maybe even better than your old one.
She thinks long and hard, but she doesn't seem to have an answer. She appears exhausted.
Perhaps it's best to think on it. You're tired. Here, we've got more friends that might be able to help you out. And there's a bed that you can sleep in.
She tucks closer to you, nervously.
Don't worry, they're all very nice.
The three of you start walking back. Cat gives you a sad smile.
I'll take her. You should probably go spend some time with Lunala. You know, just in case.
Soon. First, you said you wanted to use me.
She shakes her head.
There's more important things.
She holds her hands out for the little kid.
He'll hand her off, but say, "It won't take long. I have a target in mind."
She looks confused by this. I will add, by the way, the rest of you who are still awake see Pridwin walking in with a child.
Adopt a new kid, have you?
Among the wolf's victims, there was a new arrival. I've provided as much care as I can for the moment, but she really needs food and water, if you guys can provide.
I'll do what I can to assist with what I have.
You see the little girl that Pridwin is holding. She appears 5, maybe 6 at the most. It's hard to tell because she's so malnourished. She could just be small but older. Her skin is pale, like she hasn't seen the sun, and you definitely make out the feathers. And of course the biggest thing you notice is the makeshift blindfold made out of Cat's hoodie that's tied across her face. Solon, Liam elbows you. That's what your kid's gonna look like. He gives you a sly grin.
I like thin my eyes and just slowly turn towards him and just, why?
Feathers and all, he says, going to ruffle your hair.
You're fucking a bird.
Nothing has happened.
Yet.
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 When the DM says yet. Is jokes aside, is that a Sokolov?
Fairly certain, yes. I mean, does she look more like the general birdiness of the Sokolovs, or does she look
wanna
more
roll a check?
swan-like?
Yeah.
Sure. 13?
17?
She has... Both of those rolls are high enough, it wasn't a hard check. She has very delicate, dainty features. And it's kind of hard to tell with all of the awful stains covering the feathers, but they appear to be white.
Hmm.
I think she's one of the swans.
Possibly.
She also seems terrified by all these new voices.
We should all introduce ourselves. Oh, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Pridwin. You've met Katia.
She's clinging to your armor, but listening.
Pridwin will gesture over for Solon to speak.
I'm gonna say it in Russian. I'm gonna introduce myself in Russian. To try and like
The little
calm
girl
her
perks
down.
up immediately. She murmurs in Russian back to you.
Are you one of us?
I'm a friend. Responding in Russian.
She seems a little more nervous again.
I'm close to the Sokolovs, but I am not from the region, my dear. I understand this is scary, but we're here to help, I promise.
She seems more confused now.
But you sound like one of us.
I'm from the other side of the border, from the human side.
I didn't learn my geography yet.
Yes, you do seem rather young. Did your parents ever speak of a region that you never go to because there's strange beings on the other side?
At the mention of parents, she coils tight against Pridwin's arm and she begins to cry.
Okay, I understand. It's okay. I'm switching back to English.
Damn, what did you say to her? Liam says.
I asked her about her parents.
Oh. Way to go, Katya says. The wolf probably killed them, Kat says under her breath to you.
It's just a mistake. I'm sure he didn't mean to.
So we shouldn't do the arm gag then.
Pridwin just shoots him a look.
All
Probably
I'm saying,
not.
it'd be funny.
Could be funny.
It starts to walk away and it just falls off.
Apollyon, as he draws near, her nose kind of wrinkles a bit. She chirps a little bit.
That's a bad smell.
Perhaps you should take a shower, Apollyon.
Like the bad places Mom and Dad told me not to go to.
He did come from a bad place, but he's a good person.
Her nose wrinkles a bit more. She lets out a big yawn, one of those full-bodied yawns that only small children can seem to embody.
You need rest.
We all do.
Here, if one of you can put her to bed, me and Katya were going to do some training.
Lunala holds out her hands.
I believe I'm best suited for this.
Pridwin will hand the bird over.
Minerva chimes
The
in and
baby.
says, I would second that if your arms get tired. Lunala nods to her.
And as Pridwin's handing the bird over, he says, "This is my wife, Lunala."
Oh, Apollyon also said that he would make friends with the child. Apparently, both Minerva, Lunala, and Apollyon are all going to be taking care of the child. The child is well taken care of.
All three of them just huddle around the child.
They are all three very invested
Just
in putting this child to
looming
bed.
over this scared child. We
It's okay,
will
she
die
can't-
for you.
She can't see, so she doesn't know.
There's
You're
a
our friend
presence.
now.
If
We're
you ever
having
like
some
have stood
conversation.
close to someone,
Oh god. Actually, hold on. This might be funny. Let's see who she picks out of this. This three.
oh boy.
Oh, okay. It seems she has taken a liking to Minerva.
There you go.
Aw.
So yeah, when you guys come back, the child will be asleep on Minerva's chest.
On.
Cat says, pushing you towards Lunala.
No, not just yet. I'll have plenty of time to spend with her as well. But you're my friends. And I want to spend time with all of you.
Okay.
Cat follows you.
He is going to head to the trophy room.
She follows you to the trophy room. You also feel that awful, horrendous spine chill because Hex is standing in the doorway with her arms crossed.
Going somewhere. We're just going to be over here. We won't leave.
Man, you're really bad at talking to her, Cat says.
Look, she is very tall, and she could rip my spine out before I even blinked.
Damn straight.
I am very scared of people who can do that.
Is that why you're scared of Lunala?
That's a different reason.
Okay.
Here, Pridwin is going to head over to the still relatively intact body of,
Taros?
Taros.
Ugh.
And he's
Katya looks down at the carcass and immediately just kicks it, frowning.
Your stupid fault, she says under her breath.
Yes, I think you can see why I chose this one. To my understanding, what he wanted more than anything was to be remembered. And to leave some sort of twisted legacy. So, I want to make sure that doesn't happen. He holds out his hand and says, "Let's make sure that he's no more than a bitter memory."
Cat takes your hand.
And he will transform.
Into what? You feel her aggression pulling you towards your more aggressive form. She is angry.
He's going to actually guide towards his shield form.
Yeah, it seems to fight a little bit against you, but eventually you take your shield. And with you in your weapon form, she proceeds to beat the ever-living fuck out of this corpse.
Britton was thinking more lightning to disintegrate.
No, she is physically destroying this corpse. With you.
He'll allow her to take some of the anger out.
And then, so she beats the shit out of it. She senses you wanting to hit it with lightning. She grabs it by the ankle and starts dragging it.
Where are you taking it?
She ignores you, and you find yourself by the lakeside. And with one angry spin, she hurls the carcass into the water. And as it hits, she directs you towards it and tries to utilize your lightning.
Do you want me to roll to see if it even shoots lightning, or do you want me to just roll damage?
I would say in her anger, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You're gonna shoot lightning.
Let me get the calculator.
You don't even need the calculator. He's dead. We don't need to calculate damage. Here's what happens. Lightning peels from the sky, hits the carcass, electrifies the entirety of the water, and turns it into a roiling mess. The body partially disintegrates. The armor sinks into the darkness of the water below. Katya lets out a shaky breath, lets go of you, and drops to the ground.
He'll go back to human form and put a hand on her shoulder. Feel a bit better?
A little. She looks up at you. Why was your ancestor such a dick?
I have no idea.
She looks down at the two pieces from his armor you gave her, the things you knighted her with.
This doesn't make me bad like him, right?
Heavens no. If it did, then by all rights, I and everyone before me would be a monster. No. His actions were his own, no matter whose name they were in, no matter what he tried to excuse them as. He chose what he was, as I choose what I am, and as you will choose yourself. I took those from him because I felt like he didn't deserve them. Because he didn't embody what I felt they should.
No
Because
fear.
I think
She reads, brushing her fingers over one of them.
See Timor. It was a phrase that was used. Have you ever heard the story of the Bloody Wolf?
She shakes her head no.
Well, as I'm sure you know now, I'm related to him. He was Atnolfo's father.
Dante?
No. Atnolfo, the first of us.
Oh. Your tree's confusing.
A little bit, yes. All you need to know is that Atnolfo was the one who decided to be a rhizostoma, and Aurelia is the witch he fell in love with. But before them, there was Sanguine. He was, as the story goes, a very proud and powerful warrior. He served the Roman Empire, as a general. He was respected. He led his armies to conquer all the enemies of his home. And he was quite effective at dealing with witches. But it wasn't his specialty just yet. One day, when he was out on campaign, going to war against some distant land, a witch caught wind of his deeds. The witch's name was Hecate, after the goddess of witchcraft from our homeland. Some say she was the goddess herself. A witch so powerful she was on par with, or perhaps even surpassing, the twins. She sought out his town, waited just until the day he was marching back home, and brought it to utter destruction. They say the depths of her cruelty were beyond that of any human comprehension. She found his family, his wife and 2 sons, although she couldn't find the second one. She brought them out to the middle of the town, and as Sanguine came running, they say it took what felt like an eternity for her to finally kill his wife and child. That the agonies she brought upon them were beyond that anyone could ever comprehend. And that his wife, in her final moments, screamed, "Sit timor. Let it be fear." And in that moment, Sanguine snapped. He fell to his knees. He wanted to cry, he wanted to scream. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't bring himself to. The witch cackled, insulted him, danced around his family's corpses. And then he took his torch and he ran at her. Before she even knew it, she was on the ground. A torch, simple human iron and stone, colliding with her skull over and over again. In his own writings, he said she seemed not scared or in pain, but surprised, as if the idea of him standing up to her was completely alien, as if the idea that she could be brought down to her back by a human was... it's like she couldn't process it. And as the torch kept colliding with her, eventually she registered. Again and again. It went from screams of pain to fear to every emotion in between. And it took a long time for the screaming to stop. Because witches are very durable. And she, being who she was an exception even among most. But by the time it was over, the wolf of Rome was red, his torch entwined with her bones. and he made a vow. He would let them know fear. Every last one of them. Every witch who ever would, ever has, and ever will live. And she would watch, take part in every single act of violence. Her skull would bear witness to each death. The flames of the torch which she now ensconced. He set out after finding his remaining son, and he went on campaign. No longer being a warrior who fought humans, he rallied everyone he could find from his lands. Everyone who had been hurt by a witch, every victim, every survivor. He rallied them under the same banner, under the same hate. He told them what they wanted to hear. He made them like him. Of course, he cared nothing for them. He cared nothing for anything anymore. Only vengeance. He discovered a new tactic, one that was very effective against witches. Witches can create incredibly powerful magic, as I'm sure you know, but they can burn out. Eventually, you can only fight so long before you're too exhausted, and then you're practically human. So what he would do is he would send his men, wave after wave, unending, towards a witch. Hunters in the dark with their torches. They would run at the witch. No tactics, no concern for martial prowess, just the hatred that pushed them forward. And they would die, again and again and again, until the witch was too tired to fight. They would bind her up, drag her all away across the countryside to the very heart of his home, the very heart of Rome. They'd build a pyre, and they'd burn the witch. We have his writings, you know. He said his favorite ones to burn were the fire witches, because they were resistant to it. It took longer.
Katya looks visibly scared by this.
He didn't care who they were. He didn't care what they did. He didn't care about anything anymore. He described it like when he first lost his family, like there was nothing left in him, but that rage filled the void. He described himself like a fire, burning unending, brighter than the sun itself, but he said that fire died in time, and that there was nothing left. He said him and everyone who followed him were just dead men, animated by hate. He said the greatest weakness of witches is that they loved to take everything away from a man. That they loved to leave nothing in its place, save fear and hatred, but that was their downfall. That when you took everything away, save fear and hatred, it distilled, poisoned the soul, created a hollow corpse animated by hate. Monsters creating monsters creating monsters. This was the philosophy he tried to teach my father. But my father saw what it was. It was a vicious cycle, a spiral downward, an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. Hate creating hate, monsters creating monsters. Every witch that was killed, every horrible death, simply created more hatred and vitriol. More witches hell-bent on the extinction of humanity. More humans harmed by them, more victims. More men willing to throw themselves into his army. My father got into an argument with the man, the monster. Said that the cycle would end in an empty plain of ash and bone. My father didn't want to. He didn't want to hear it. He was already gone. All he said was, "My son, I will return home as a monster from the bad dream that I will kill." And then he left, on campaign, never to return. In the stories witches tell, they say that he's still out there. That when bad children go out at night, wander off, when they're alone in the woods, they may see the flickering of torches in the distance. The bloody wolf and his pack searching for another witch to burn. All of us learn this story. All of us, including Taros. Except where we learned the faults of his philosophy, of his way of life, Taros saw an excuse. A way to feed his bloodlust. And the man was consumed by war. And Sanguine's philosophy was a perfect way to perpetuate that idea. But he's wrong. The philosophy is flawed. The self-consuming nature, no matter how hateful I might feel, no matter how much vengeance I might crave, I know better. Better than to blame those who played no part in whatever wrongdoings happened. It may be tempting sometimes when the vengeance is done to keep going. It may feel as if there's a hole, one that needs to be quelled with fire and war. But you need to remember, you cannot simply... Once justice is done, you must find the restraint to keep justice from turning into injustice. You must be able to find the line in the sand. And you must have the fortitude to refuse to cross it. Seek Timor, the phrase, let there be fear. It means make them feel the fear that they've... Make everyone suffer as you have.
Cat nods.
This is why our family's core tenet is to be better than who came before us. So that men like Sanguine don't happen again. Or if they do, that there's someone around to stop them.
Cat turns away from the shoreline and starts walking back toward the house. Assuming that we make it out of this place.
Assuming
I imagine we're gonna have a lot of interesting stories to tell back at the academy.
Indeed. There is another thing. Something on a more positive note. You said you wanted a sword for your knighting ceremony.
She looks at him.
As is family tradition, all of our equipment is designed by us. Minerva designed her armor. I designed mine. So, it only stands to reason that your badge of office should be designed by you.
She tilts her head, looking kind of confused.
Our equipment, our armor, our weapons, they should resemble us. A reflection of who we are, who we want to be, who we want to be seen as. The armor isn't supposed to hide who we are. It's supposed to tell the world that beneath our skin, there is something greater. And though you may not wear armor, and bearing a sword, it should have the same importance.
be weird using a sword that's not, you know, alive, though.
Well, in days of old, roughly around Romeo's time, there were many generals and knights who took a great amount of pride in their weapons. They would have custom ones made called, what would the word be in English? I think hip hangers. Decorative swords that weren't really meant to actually be used in combat, but were a badge of office. You'd carry them in your scabbard to meetings or important events. Beautiful works of art. More art than weapon. And they were functional, just in case the time did arise. While a mundane sword might not be as effective, it's still better to have something on you than nothing.
Cat thinks about this.
Assuming we get out of here.
We will.
She holds up a hand. Assuming we get out of here. I want a dagger.
Pridwin nods. I think that would suit you.
Has to be usable. Just in case you're not around.
And it should resemble what you want. Doesn't need to look like anything in particular. It should be a reflection of you.
She points at your crest.
The crest can be on there somewhere.
Good.
Or not.
She nods. Once.
Now I took up enough of your time.
Alright. I'm going to spend time with my wife. But if you need anything, you need only call.
Cat and Hex share a tense moment of eye contact before Cat goes back inside.
Hex kind of lets out a disgusted groan at all the sappiness.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Pridwin will head back in.
The little bird girl is dead asleep on Minerva's chest. Liam is kind of standing off in the background watching, and there's a strange look on his face.
You know, she used to be terrified of children.
Yeah, that was... Same, he said, and he looks confused. Do I... He looks at you. Do I want kids?
Pridwin smiles and says, well, considering the fact that the world may be ending, it would definitely be something to look forward to, should we be able to stop it.
Liam just seems conflicted and blinks and leans back against the wall again in thought.
Besides, I'm sure you'd be a great father.
He wrinkles his nose at the thought.
I mean, you take care of Katya really well.
I don't have a choice on that matter. Damn right, Cat says in the background.
You'll be fine.
Pretty much everybody is asleep apart from Liam and Lunala, who is also watching the child but not getting in the way.
Pridwin will head over to Lunala.
She's surprisingly good with her.
Truly. Most of the time we were out, Minerva would run at the sight of any children.
Yeah, but you had your siblings. I'm sure she did well with them.
As well as siblings too.
Something the matter?
I'm nervous about things.
She lifts an eyebrow and looks at you. You? Nervous? Since when are you ever nervous?
Darling, I'm always nervous.
She smirks. She was being sarcastic.
He rolls his eyes. I do believe the witch when she says she doesn't intend on killing us, given the way she looks at my grand-uncle. But I'm still very concerned.
It's not her that worries me, to be honest.
Oh?
It's the one we face after.
Yes.
If the wolf was this filled with anguish, with revenge, that he could do all of this to a... She gestures toward the child. To a little one. When he cared for them so deeply, I do not think we will find an ounce of mercy in the creature we face.
And we will have no chance to offer an ounce of mercy ourselves. We're going to need to be careful. I sincerely doubt this witch is going to be anything like the one we faced before. She's much older.
I can feel her. The power that radiates from where she is. Kat can as well. She's told me. There are many powerful things in this land, but she is paramount. I think she will be the hardest thing any of us have faced.
So long as we play our cards right, I do think we stand a chance, but I'm certainly terrified.
And to think Pidge is probably with her.
She's a smart kid. I'm sure she's exactly where she wants to be.
If she's even alive.
And she'll find a way. And she always does. And she's smarter than all of us combined.
You're correct.
I'm sure that if she did wind up in a bind, she'll probably have the solution before whoever's accosting her even has a chance.
Well,
I do hope we can find her before anything bad can happen.
I think you should save that last vial for her. Just in
Yes.
case.
She'll definitely need it. I know the recipe now, so once we get back to civilization, I can try to make more. At least get the information out to people so that something can be done.
Well, I don't want to keep you awake. You'll need your rest if you're going to be the target of that thing.
I'm fine. I'm more worried about the rest of you. I got a full night's rest and haven't had to drain myself of blood.
By a full night's rest, do you mean 2 hours of fitful sleep?
She makes a face at you.
I was in college. I'm used to not sleeping.
She gives you a skeptical look.
When I was trying to earn my medical license, I was running most days off of usually about an hour of sleep at most, and the rest was coffee.
Just for once, Pridwin, heed my worry.
She holds out a hand to you.
You'll take it.
She pulls you towards the stairs.
You won't resist.
She pulls you up the stairs, making sure her footsteps are careful so that there's not a singular sound. Making eye contact with Hex as she goes. She pulls you into the bedroom and ever so quietly shuts the door. Well, that's where I'll cut it for you.
Alright.